बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद उपसभापति जी। आपने मुझे एप्रोप्रिएशन बिल 2022 और फाइनेंस बिल 2022 पर बोलने का अवसर दिया, इसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। धन्यवाद इसके साथ में मैं देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी, जिनका नाम सुनिए सुनो, जिनका नाम लेने में भी सामने वालों को प्रशंसा तो नहीं करेंगे वो, लेकिन लगता है कि उनको वो डर लग गया है। जो बच्चों को सुलाते थे, शोले फिल्म देखी थी उपसभापति जी, जिन्होंने भी देखी, गब्बर सिंह आ रहा है, तो उनको माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिसको आज विश्व के अंदर जिन्होंने अपनी पहचान बनाई है और जिनकी जो रेटिंग है नंबर 1 पर है, लेकिन उनका नाम सुनने में भी हमारे विपक्षी दलों को अच्छा नहीं लगता। लेकिन वो यशस्वी है, और यशस्वी इसलिए है कि उनके कार्यकाल में जितने भी बजट आए, दिशा निर्देश में जो बजट आए हैं 2014 से लेकर के 2022 तक, और जो वित्त मंत्री महोदय आए और मंत्री महोदया ने जो ये बजट 2022-23 का जो प्रस्तुत किया है, इसके अंदर प्रधानमंत्री का सोच, इस तरह सोच कि देश के अंदर हो सकता है कि दिक्कतें आए, चुनौतियां आए, और चुनौतियां आई है जिनकी मेरे पूर्व सांसदों ने अच्छी तरह से पूरे विस्तृत रूप से आपको बताया है। मनन करना चाहिए, चिंतन करना चाहिए, लेकिन दृष्टिकोण ये रहा मेरा मानवीय जो लेमैन है, जो गांव गरीब और मजदूर और किसान है, महिला है, युवा वर्ग है, उन लोगों को दिक्कत नहीं हो। माइक्रो लेवल से हम बढ़े, मैक्रो लेवल पर जाएं, लेकिन उसके अंदर जो गरीब है, मध्यम क्लास है, उसको कहीं दिक्कत नहीं हो। तो माननीय उपसभापति जी, पिछले बजटों में आपने देखा, और ये जो बजट आया, हिंदुस्तान में नहीं पूरे विश्व में ये कल्पना नहीं थी कि इतनी महामारी के बाद में, इतना पेंडेमिक, जिस भारत के पास में रिसोर्सेज नहीं थे, 135 करोड़ जनसंख्या थी, और वो महामारी को भी ये कहता कैसे ये इसका मुकाबला करेंगे। बहुत सारी चुनौतियां थी, महामारी के दौरान सुनामी भी थी, पड़ोसी देशों की भी जिस तरह का माहौल था, लेकिन माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कोविड-19 की तीसरी लहर तक को जिस तरह से संभाला, पूर्व वक्ताओं ने बोल दिया है, मैं उसको रिपीट नहीं करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि समय की सीमा है। लेकिन आपने जैसे माननीय सुशील मोदी जी ने कहा, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच दूरदृष्टा थी कि यहाँ पर 5 लाख से ज्यादा हमारी जनहानि नहीं हुई, वरना तो 100 साल पहले जिस तरह का महामारी आई थी, पॉपुलेशन बहुत कम थी, लेकिन करोड़ों में लोग खत्म हो गए थे। हमारे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं थे, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, महामारी के दौरान आपने देखा 5 मिनी बजट इस देश के अंदर प्रस्तुत किए गए, हालात नहीं थे, और उसमें अंदर ध्यान किसको रखा गया? उस गरीब, उस मजदूर वर्ग को। और आज कुल मिलाकर के देखें तो उस समय 2,68,000 करोड़ गरीब लोगों के लिए, उनको रोजी रोटी के लिए, उनके साथ में वो भूखा नहीं जाए। 80 करोड़ लोगों को जो खाद्यान्न दिया गया, ये छोटी बात नहीं है। 80 करोड़ लोगों को जो हमारे सोर्सेज है उसमें से निकाल करके अगर 2.68 लाख करोड़ उसके अंदर देते हैं, और अभी अभी जो माननीय मोदी जी ने जिस तरह का सितंबर तक जो योजना लागू की गई है, उसके अंदर मिलाए तो 3 पॉइंट समथिंग करोड़ उसके लिए होता है। ये सितंबर तक कि मेरा जो गरीब की कहते हैं कि गरीब यहाँ भुखमरी में मर रहे हैं, महंगाई से शोर है, आज गरीब महंगाई के लिए नहीं चिल्ला रहा, आज वो लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं गरीबों ने, जिनको बिल्कुल ठुकरा दिया है, गरीबों ने नकार दिया है। उन्होंने देखा है कि 60 वर्ष के अंदर, दशकों से 1947 के बाद में गरीबों का नारा दिया, किसानों का नारा दिया, महिलाओं का शक्तिकरण का नारा दिया, युवाओं को रोजगार देंगे, इन सब चीजों को वो झुमेले उनके थे। इसका रिजल्ट क्या आया? देश के अंदर उनके कार्यों के कारण से हम चाहते हैं विपक्ष मजबूत रहे, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी बार बार कहते हैं कि विपक्ष मजबूत होना चाहिए। स्वच्छ डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर, हेल्दी डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर अगर डेमोक्रेसी में अगर विपक्ष नहीं होगा तो डेमोक्रेसी सही नहीं चलेगी। लेकिन हमें दुख इस बात का है, हमारे विपक्ष के लोग झूठ पर झूठ बोल करके अपनी पाठशाला में ऐसे झूठे तैयार करते हैं। आप प्लीज, मैं माननीय उपसभापति जी आपसे संरक्षण चाहूंगा। अगर मेरे फिगर में
बोले दीजिए प्लीज।
देखिए मेरा टाइम बहुत कम है, इसको एक्सक्लूड कर दें आप। मैं किसी के लिए प्रति नहीं करा, लेकिन वास्तविकता है उसको अगर आपने नहीं देखा तो निश्चित है कि आने वाले समय में आपके लिए कोई चांस नहीं रहेंगे। ये देश बड़ा समझदार है। आज आपने देखा बेरोजगारी कैसे दूर होगी। आज इस बजट के अंदर हमारे दोनों एप्रोप्रिएशन जो बिल के अंदर जिस तरह का अमाउंट है, जो 1 अप्रैल से हमारे मंत्रालयों के माध्यम से जो आवंटन होगा, जो विकास कार्य होंगे पीएम गति शक्ति के माध्यम से, उन 7 इंजनों को 7 सेक्टरों को जोड़ा है। माननीय उपसभापति जी सामने बैठे हैं। एक
मत करो प्लीज।
माननीय उपसभापति जी,
records will be verified and action will be taken accordingly.
नहीं आप सुनिए।
Records will be verified.
माननीय सांसद महोदय आप सुनिए आराम से। मैं आपकी क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करूंगा, महाराष्ट्र की क्या स्थिति है। मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि आज जो कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर इस महामारी के बाद,
ठीक नहीं है, ये ठीक नहीं।
इस महामारी के बाद में कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर जिस गति से बढ़ाया है 7.52 लाख करोड़ रुपए जो कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर है, अगर उसके अंदर स्टेट फाइनेंस असिस्टेंस और ग्रांट को इंक्लूड करते हैं तो 10.68 लाख करोड़ हो जाता है। इससे क्या होगा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ेगा, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो बढ़ता है कैपिटल असेट्स बढ़ती है तो मल्टीप्लाई जॉब होंगे और उससे जॉब क्रिएशन होगा। इतना ही नहीं, पीएलआई स्कीम के माध्यम से हमने सिद्ध किया है, पहले 10 सेक्टर को लिया था, अब 14 सेक्टर को लिया है, और जो प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव स्कीम है उसके कारण से आपको मैं बताना चाहूंगा, समय नहीं है, डाटा है कितने इन्वेस्टर आ रहे हैं। हम पब्लिक सेक्टर को भी इनवाइट कर रहे हैं, पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट में भी होगा, प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट भी होगा। मैं ये आपको बताना चाहता हूं। और टैक्सेशन की बात अगर हम करते हैं तो टैक्सेशन का जितना इंप्रूवमेंट इस 7 साल के अंदर टैक्सेशन में हुआ है, चाहे वो डायरेक्ट टैक्स हो या इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स हो, कॉर्पोरेट जगत को राहत देना, मैन्युफैक्चर को बढ़ाना, प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाना, डिमांड के अनुसार से सप्लाई होना, टैक्स को कम करना जरूरी था, और इनकम टैक्स में इंडिविजुअल व्यक्ति पर भार नहीं पड़े। इस महामारी के बाद में भी 2 वर्ष के अंदर उसके अंदर 0% कहीं उनको टैक्स को नहीं बढ़ाया जाना, जबकि मेरे पूर्व सम्मानीय वक्ताओं ने, उपसभापति जी उल्लेख किया है, जो डेवलप्ड कंट्री है उन्होंने 30% से लेकर के 50% तक टैक्स बढ़ाया गया है। ये हमारी ये सूझबूझ, ये प्रधानमंत्री की दिशा निर्देश और वित्त मंत्री महोदय का वो कार्य अभी है, सब टाइम है मेरा, वो जो टाइम डिस्टर्बेंस किया वो भी इंक्लूड करेंगे नहीं करेंगे आप। मैं अपनी बात को जीएसटी की बात करते हैं। जीएसटी पे बहुत बड़ी बात हो गई है। जीएसटी का जो कलेक्शन जिस गति से बढ़ रहा है, महंगाई पर मैं आ जाता हूं। महंगाई पर बहुत आपके पास में एक ही है कि महंगाई आसमान को छू रही है। गरीब नहीं मर रहा, गरीब को तो अनाज भी दे रहे हैं, आवास भी दे रहे हैं, बिजली भी दे रहे हैं, गैस भी दी जा रही है, और गरीब के लिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं आने वाली है। उसके लिए रोजगार के लिए, जो छोटे धंधे एमएससी क्षेत्र के लिए, उसके लिए भी हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट है। मैं आपको ये बात करना चाहता हूं कि पेट्रोल की कीमतें कैसे बढ़ रही है। मैं उनको याद कराना चाहता हूं 2004 के बाद में जिस तरह से महंगाई बढ़ रही थी और जिस तरह से पेट्रोलियम पदार्थ की कीमत बढ़ने जा रही थी, उन्होंने विंडो ड्रेसिंग की थी, ऑयल बॉन्ड्स को उन्होंने ऑयल बॉन्ड जारी किए थे, और आज करीब 1.5 लाख करोड़ जो ऑयल बॉन्ड की जो कीमत और आज डबल से ज्यादा हो गई, ये सरकार उसका ब्याज भी चुका रही है। इस तरह से हम नहीं कहते कि हमारा व्यक्ति या हमारी संस्थाएं यानी फाइनेंशियल मैटर से वो बिल्कुल कंगाल हो जाए, बल्कि हम ये नहीं चाहते मुफ्त का अनाज दिया जा रहा है, वो गरीब के लिए जरूरी है। लेकिन इस तरह की घोषणाएं करते हैं कि आप पैसा और पैसा भी दिया हमने। मैं आपको माननीय सभापति जी, विद इन माई टाइम में अपनी बात को खत्म करूं, इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मैं आरबीआई का मॉनेटरी इन्फ्लेशन रेट कैसे कम नहीं हो रही, आपके जमाने में डबल डिजिट थी, उसके बाद में हमारा सिंगल में आया, महामारी के दौरान मैं मानता हूं कि 11% हो गई, लेकिन आज जिस तरह का हमने बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री के अंदर करीब 3 लाख करोड़ का जो हमने इंक्लूजन किया है और जिस तरह से एनपीए को कम किया है और रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के मॉनेटरी सिस्टम में रेपो रेट के माध्यम से, ओपन सिक्योरिटी के माध्यम से और जो उन्होंने सीआरआर और एसएलआर के माध्यम से जो पॉलिसी के तहत उन्होंने जो कंट्रोल किया, मुझे उम्मीद है कि हम 6% से भी डाउन जाएंगे। ये रिकॉर्ड होगा हिंदुस्तान का पूरे विश्व के अंदर में। मैं इसी के साथ में आपको करना चाहता हूं, भारतीय रिजर्व बैंक के अंदर जो आरबीआई एक्ट 1934 में जो अमेंडमेंट किया है उसको लेकर के कई भ्रांति होगी। देश के अंदर डिजिटल को एक नोट के रूप में जानने के लिए कोई प्रावधान अड़चन नहीं डाले और आने वाले समय में डिजिटल इंडिया के अंदर डिजिटल करेंसी होगी और करेंसी के साथ में जिस तरह का क्रिप्टो करेंसी के बारे में डिसीजन लिया गया है और वो 30% है। मैं तो ये अनुरोध करना चाहूंगा, सदन को भी समर्थन करना चाहिए कि रेगुलेशन भी बढ़ेंगे, बिल भी बढ़ेगा, लेकिन उसके लिए 50% भी अगर टैक्स लगाते हैं तो उसके लिए किया जाए। और मैं अंत में यही कहना चाहता हूं कि आज मैं अंत में इतनी बात कहना चाहता हूं कि माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दृष्टिकोण का साथ दे और आज जो एक गरीब वर्ग के लिए जो उत्थान के कार्य कर रहे हैं उनमें सपोर्ट करें। आप अच्छा नाम नहीं लगेगा, अच्छा दुनिया को लगेगा, आने वाली पीढ़ियों को लगेगा और गरीब उनको भगवान के रूप में पूजेगा, ये मैं कहना चाहता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
धन्यवाद। श्री नदीमुल हक जी।
सर, सबसे पहले मैं सरकार को कांग्रेचुलेशंस देना चाहता हूं, बधाई हो। सर, ये सरकार एक वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड की तरफ जा रही है और गिनीज बुक में इसका नाम सुनहरे हरफों में लिखना चाहिए सर कि पिछले 8 दिनों में 7 बार तेल के दाम बढ़ाए गए। लेकिन जो चीज ध्यान देने की जरूरत है कि इंटरनेशनल प्राइस अभी देखा जाए तो इन्हीं 8 दिनों में $119 से लेकर के $108 कम हो गए और इधर दाम बढ़ गए। इसका जवाब कौन देगा सर? हम देख रहे हैं कि ग्लोबल ऑयल प्राइसेस के बहाने एक पब्लिक के खुली लूट हो रही है सर। अभी कह रहे थे हमारे माननीय एमपी साहब कि 50-50 मील तक अगर खबर हो जाती है कि भाई बच्चा सोता है नहीं तो खबर कर दो, तो ये तो गब्बर का नाम दे रहे थे सर। क्या हमें समझ में नहीं आ रहा है? ये तारीफ कर रहे हैं कि अपने ही सरकार को गिरा रहे हैं। गब्बर के जैसा तो लुटेरा कोई नहीं मिलेगा। शोले में सबसे बड़ा लुटेरा पूरे हिंदुस्तान में गब्बर का नाम है। ये गब्बर किसको कह रहे थे? ये तो अपने आप के समझने की बात है सर। आज इनकी खबर नहीं है, ये जाएंगे वापस, इनकी खबर नहीं है। खैर, मैं अपनी बात कहता हूं सर कि अभी 5 स्टेट का इलेक्शन कंप्लीट हुआ सर। 5 स्टेट में अलग अलग 4 स्टेट में इनकी सरकार आई। इनके जो सीएम है उनको तख्त पर बैठा दिया गया। मैं पब्लिक ने इनको बहुत बड़ा तोहफा दिया, लेकिन इन्होंने पब्लिक को रिटर्न गिफ्ट में क्या दिया? हर रोज एलपीजी, सीएनजी, डीजल, पेट्रोल रोज रोज का दाम बढ़ रहा है। तो मेरा कहना है सर, इनका तो यही डायलॉग हुआ, फिर तुम हमें वोट दो, मैं तुम्हें तेल के दाम बढ़ा के दिखाऊंगा। तो सर, इसके लिए मैं ज्यादा भाषण नहीं देना चाहता हूं, लेकिन ये पॉइंट एक नोट करने की जरूरत है कि तेल से दाम से जो महंगाई बढ़ रही है उसके लिए आम पब्लिक बहुत ही दुखी है। मैं इसी हाउस में एक सोलम प्रॉमिस वित्त मंत्री ने किया था कि जीएसटी कंपनसेशन सारे स्टेट को दिया जाएगा। तो स्टेट के जीएसटी के लिए जितना अभी बाकी है, अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि वेस्ट बंगाल को 2021-22 में 4,292 करोड़ अभी बाकी है। ये प्लीज मेरा निवेदन है कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी ये दे दे। और ये आंकड़े मैं ऐसे नहीं लेके आया हूं सर, ये हमारे वित्त मंत्री एक जवाब में, क्वेश्चन के जवाब में उन्होंने अपने आंकड़े दिए हैं, उन्हीं के आंकड़े उनको दिखा रहा हूं कि भाई इसमें 4,292 करोड़ जो है वो स्टेट को दे दे, उसके डेवलपमेंट के काम में आएंगे, नहीं अटकाए। सर, कुछ दिनों से ऑपोजिशन और हमारे टीएमसी के ऑल इंडिया तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एमपीज डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि ये जो बढ़ती हुई कीमतें हैं और महंगाई है, एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज की भी, उसके लिए एक शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन डिस्कशन किया जाए। आज भी हमारे 7 एमपी ने 267 पर नोटिस दिया, कोई भी अलाउ नहीं हुआ सर।
विषय पर बोलिए, विषय पर।
कोई भी अलाउ नहीं है, लेकिन चेयरमैन ने कहा कि ये विषय भी आप जब फाइनेंस बिल पर डिस्कशन होगा उस पर आप उठाइएगा, तो मैं उसी के लिए उठा रहा, मैं उनका भी शुक्रिया अदा कर रहा हूँ सर। मैं
जो बोलना था वो बोलिए।
तो मैं सर कोई इकोनॉमिस्ट नहीं हूं, लेकिन हमारी पार्टी तृणमूल घास फूल की पार्टी है, ग्रास रूट की पार्टी है, इसलिए मैं ग्रास रूट में जो पीड़ा उठ रही है इस महंगाई के कारण, वही मैं सरकार के सामने आकर्षित करा रहा हूं सर। और मैं इतना ही कहकर के अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा कि सर बहुत सारे जो एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज है उसके दाम बढ़ गए हैं। जैसे ग्राम दाल अगर देखा जाए सर 65 रुपए से 75 रुपया हो गए, मूंग दाल 86 रुपया से 103 रुपया हो गया, मसूर दाल 64 रुपए से 91 रुपया हो गया, और जो ऑयल है मस्टर्ड ऑयल 111 से 176 रुपया हो गया, वनस्पति है 82 रुपया से 134 रुपया हो गया, सोया ऑयल सर 94 रुपया से 150 हो गया, पाम ऑयल 79 रुपया से 130 रुपया हो गया। तो यही मेरा फिर सवाल है सर कि जब सब चीज के दाम बढ़ रहे हैं, किसका महंगाई से जो पब्लिक मार खा रही है, ये कहां जाए, ये अपनी पीड़ा लेके किसके सामने रोए। सर मैं पिछले जवाब में कि किरासन के दाम बढ़ रहे थे, वित्त मंत्री ने कहा था कि किरासन को हम लोग फेज आउट करेंगे। अब गरीब आदमी का फ्यूल है किरासन, अगर उसको फेज आउट करेंगे तो क्या चीज से फेज आउट करेंगे? एलपीजी, सीएनजी, इसके भी तो दाम बढ़ रहे हैं, तो इसके भी दाम बढ़ रहे हैं और किरासन के भी दाम बढ़ रहे हैं, तो ये जाएंगे कहां? सर मैं आखिर में बस आपका वक्त और नहीं लूंगा, एक बात कह के बस अपनी एक खत्म कर दूंगा। आप अगर रिक्वेस्ट करें तो मैं एक शेर सुनाता हूं कि हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सारे के सारे, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सारे के सारे थक गए हैं लोग महंगाई के मारे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू। मिस्टर बिनोय विश्वम।
Thank you, sir. Sir, 2 hours back, I was in Jantar Mantar.
Silence.
Along with the workers who are on strike. So when I was there in scorching heat, thousands of them were there. Sir, in those striking workers, one could see all sorts of working people of this country. Whenever the government speak about wealth and wealth creation, this government always forget them. BJP as a party should tell the nation that whether they believe that the workers have a role in the wealth of this country and its creation. If they believe so, they should be more considerate to the cause of the workers. So I could see the toiling people there, the domestic workers, Anganwadi workers, Asha workers, midday meal workers, all sorts of textile workers, all sorts of poor people, along with the LIC, GIC, bank employees, all were there. Sir, why they strike? They strike for the country's future. My question to the Honorable Finance Minister is that when she comes with a bill that says about the financial proposals of the central government for the financial year 22-23, in that financial proposal, where do you place the workers? What regard you have for them? It's my question. Sir, this is not the concern of we, the left trade unions, or the TUs of the opposition. Sir, I have with me a document from the BMS of Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh. I am very sure the BJP MPs are quite aware of a decision of the BMS to have a big rally on 17th of November this year against, no, this year. It is going to happen. Thousands will come to Delhi under the banner of the BMS flag, a part of the Sangh Parivar, and they say to hold massive rally comprising of banking, insurance, railways, defence, postal, coal, non-coal, mines, steel, cement and all public sector enterprises like BHEL, NIPC, Power Grids, NHPC, THDC, BPCL, ONCC, IOC, aviation sector, FCI, HAL, HMT, BEML, BEL, CEL, ECIL, NALCO, NEEPCO, it goes like that. Sir, the BMS, Air India also. Yes, BMS statements. I may request the government to make it clear with whom do you stand, for whom do you rule, for what you come with this finance bill. This bill is not for this kind of people. I don't want to narrate the whole list again. They are the part of the country. They built the nation. And now, when you come with the slogan of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Atmanirbhar for Bharat, what we see is that, yes, I repeat, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. We are for that. But you are not for that. You are not for that. No, I am telling you, they say it. The country's soul, the country's heart are for sale. Are for sale. You sell it for whom? You sell for the FDI. FDI is foreign direct investments. They come and they loot the country. You pave the way for them. You pave the path for them. And you repeat the slogan, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. When we say it from the heart. When you say it, from your tongue only you say it. I support the view of Atmanirbhar for Bharat, if you are sincere. But one can see the lock and key of the BJP's Atmanirbhar for Bharat is surrendered before the FDI. We oppose that. The BMS oppose that. So we raise a slogan in support of the BMS, a part of Sangh Parivar. My dear sister Priyanka raised here the issues of the GIC, LIC employees. And it is very clear. Sir, their wage revision is pending since long. The government is silent. The bank employees are on strike. The LIC, IPO for sale. And the railways, ISRO, space exploration, India's sky, the earth and the Padal, all are given to the FDI, and you talk about Bharat Mata. I am very sure Bharat Mata will be weeping. Will be weeping, seeing what you are doing in her name. Sir, this is the newspaper of today, Indian Express. Our respected finance minister made a big statement yesterday in the Lok Sabha. Banks robust as Modi government acted against NPA. She claims. She accused the UPA that during UPA, in dozens and tons, NPA was accumulating. True. Congress was supporting NPS like anything. But what you do? What the BJP do? I have short of time. I just narrate a certain few figures here. It is here. Don't worry. Sir, the NPA, the secret of the NPA. The NPA is no more there. But haircut is there. What is haircut? What is haircut? See, SR Steels had an NPA of 54,000 crores. They paid only 42,000 crores. The haircut was 12,000 crores. 23% they got, the government lost. NBA is the source. Sir, Fusion Steels, the same way. Their NPA was 57,515 crores. And they gave 35,751 crores. The government and the bank lost 21.934 crores. 38% haircuts. Jodi Structures, NPA was 8,179 crores. They gave 3,691 crores. The haircut was 4,888 crores. 55% haircuts. Electro Steels, 13,958 crores was the NPA. They paid only 5,320 crores. And the banks lost 8,638 crores lost. 62% loss for the banks, for the country. Mohanet Ispets, 11,478 crores was the NPA. They paid 2,892 crores and haircut was 8,586 crores. 75% haircut. Alok Industry, 30,200 was the NPA. 50,52 they paid. 25,148 the banks lost. Haircut was 83%. Sir, please. Sir, Videocon, the NPA was 46,000 crores. They paid only 2,900 crores. Your very famous friends they are. Yes, your financial cousins, political cronies maybe. They were having a haircut for 94%. This is the truth of the NPA. How can a government, a finance minister can claim like this? NPA is not there. But the banks lost, the government lost, they gained. And you claim that UPA was in dozens and tens NPA in our time, robust economy. So the robust economy, we can see it. The EPF, you made a cut in the interest rates, very cruel cut. I can say, in the present condition of the price rise, what the BJP government did on the EPF workers was the most unkindest cut of all. It is.
Please conclude.
So this is the government. And that's why we are really saying the government, this policy is not for the people of this country.
Thank you.
This is not for the India's progress, future. Not for Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is a government controlled by the foreign capital, in tune with the domestic capital, against the workers, against the poor, but talk about the poor a lot. The people are fed up, sir. The people need a change. Then you may ask me, what about UP? UP, you got a victory. Why? Because we are divided. We are divided.
Please conclude.
Look at the figures.
Beyond
One thing is
scope of
very
this
clear.
subject.
Wherever there is an alternative, dependable alternative, the people are for that alternative, not
Sorry,
for you.
Mr. Vishwam, I have
I'm
to
sure
call the
that,
next speaker.
one sentence.
No,
I'm
no.
sure that the day will come, the people will see that a reliable alternative will emerge and that alternative will save the country. We are for that. Thank you.
Shri Sanjay Singh ji.
धन्यवाद मान्यवर, आपने फाइनेंस बिल पे मुझे अपनी बात कहने का मौका दिया। मान्यवर, मैं अवध के क्षेत्र से आता हूं, सुल्तानपुर से, उत्तर प्रदेश के, और वहां के अवधि के एक बड़े अच्छे कवि हुए रफीक सादानी साहब। उन्होंने अवधि में एक लाइन लिखी कि जब जब चुनाव आवत है, भात मांगा पुलाव आवत है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हालत यही है मान्यवर। इनकी सरकार, चुनाव आ जाए तो पेट्रोल का दाम कम, डीजल का दाम कम, गैस का दाम कम, सीएनजी का दाम कम, पीएनजी का दाम कम, सारी चीजों में महंगाई कम। चुनाव बीत जाए तो पेट्रोल का दाम महंगा, डीजल का दाम महंगा, गैस के सिलेंडर का दाम महंगा, सीएनजी का दाम महंगा, पीएनजी का दाम महंगा, सारा कुछ महंगा करने में लग जाते हैं। इसका मतलब महंगाई से कोई आपका गोपनीय समझौता है मान्यवर, कोई गोपनीय समझौता है। जब चुनाव आता है आप कहते हैं थोड़ा दूर हो जाओ, जैसे ही चुनाव खत्म होता है कहते हैं आओ हम तुम्हें बढ़ा रहे हैं, आओ तुम्हें बढ़ा रहे हैं। इस गोपनीय रिश्ते का खुलासा कीजिए। आप लोग ये जो झूठे तर्क देते हैं देश के सामने कि भाई इस समय तो युद्ध की स्थिति है, इस समय तो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में कच्चे तेल का दाम बढ़ रहा है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में कच्चे तेल का दाम पिछले 7 वर्षों में कब कब बढ़ा और कब कब घटा, और उसके मुताबिक कब कब आपने हिंदुस्तान में डीजल और पेट्रोल का दाम घटाया और बढ़ाया, इसका तथ्य अगर आप सामने रखेंगे तो पूरे देश के सामने आपका चेहरा काला हो जाएगा कि कितना बड़ा झूठ आप इस देश की जनता से बोलते हैं। महंगाई आपको बढ़ाना होता है, उसके लिए 1000 तर्क आपके पास मौजूद है। दूसरी बात अभी तो शुरू हुआ, फिर से बोलना शुरू कर देते हैं लोग। इनको महंगाई बढ़ाना है, सुनना कुछ नहीं है। दूसरी बात मान्यवर, जब कोरोना की महामारी आई, पूरे देश में बेरोजगारी बढ़ी, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सीना ठोक के कहा हमने मनरेगा के जरिए रोजगार दिया। उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार ने कहा हमने मनरेगा के जरिए रोजगार दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तमाम राज्य सरकारों ने कहा हमने मनरेगा के जरिए रोजगार दिया। और जैसे ही कोरोना खत्म हो गया, लोगों को रोजगार की अभी आवश्यकता है, आपने मनरेगा का बजट घटा के 98,000 करोड़ से घटा के 73,000 करोड़ कर दिया। उसमें भी 18,000 करोड़ रुपए पुराना बकाया देना है। 54,000 करोड़ रुपए आपने मनरेगा का बजट कर दिया। मनरेगा का बजट आप घटा रहे हैं, और मनरेगा में आपकी स्थिति क्या है? यह आपका दिया हुआ जवाब है, मेरा जवाब नहीं है सर। 100 दिन के रोजगार की गारंटी है। आंध्र प्रदेश में औसत 30 दिन, अरुणाचल में 47 दिन, आसाम में 22 दिन, बिहार में 36 दिन, छत्तीसगढ़ में 29 दिन, गोवा में 19 दिन, ऐसे ऐसे करके मध्य प्रदेश में 31 दिन। साल में मात्र 31 दिन, 30 दिन, 20 दिन आप रोजगार दे पा रहे हैं मनरेगा के जरिए, जिसका आप पूरे हिंदुस्तान में ढिंढोरा पीटते हैं कि हमने मनरेगा के जरिए बहुत रोजगार देने का काम किया। इसके साथ साथ नौजवान बेरोजगारों की अगर हम बात करें मान्यवर, हर क्षेत्र में ठेका प्रथा इन्होंने लागू कर दी। नौकरियां देने के बजाय आउटसोर्सिंग और ठेका प्रथा। और यह ठेका प्रथा एकमात्र कमीशन खोरी और भ्रष्टाचार का जरिया है। 50,000 रुपए में, 25,000 रुपए में, 30,000 रुपए में, 20,000 रुपए में साइन कराया जाता है, और जो मजदूर होते हैं, जो कर्मचारी होते हैं, जो ठेके पे काम करने वाले नौजवान होते हैं, उनको 50% से भी कम पैसा दिया जाता है। यह होता है ठेका प्रथा। ठेका प्रथा एक गुलामी प्रथा है मान्यवर। इसलिए जो ठेका प्रथा पे लगे हुए लोग हैं उनको रेगुलराइज कीजिए, और इस ठेका प्रथा के जरिए हिंदुस्तान के तमाम सरकारी डिपार्टमेंट्स के अंदर जहां दलितों के लिए आरक्षण है, जहां पिछड़ों के लिए आरक्षण है, हमेशा से आपकी दलित और पिछड़ा विरोधी जो मानसिकता है, उसके कारण से आप इस ठेका प्रथा को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। इससे आदिवासियों का, दलितों का, पिछड़ों का आरक्षण धीरे धीरे करके सारे विभागों में आप खत्म करते जा रहे हैं। दूसरी बात मान्यवर, काला धन की बात अगर हम कर लें, आप ढिंडोरा पीटते थे 300 लाख करोड़ काला धन आएगा, 50 लाख करोड़ काला धन आएगा। आपके राज्य में काला धन आना तो दूर की बात है, काला धन बढ़ गया। काला धन बढ़ता जा रहा है आपके राज्य में। कौन कौन से लोग हैं उसका भी खुलासा कीजिए। किसका काला धन है जो बढ़ा है? बीजेपी के नेताओं का है कि उद्योगपतियों का है कि अधिकारियों का है कि कर्मचारियों का है? किसका काला धन है? कहां से काला धन बढ़ गया, इसका खुलासा कीजिए। काला धन के नाम पर आपने इस देश की जनता को गुमराह किया। लोग आज भी मान्यवर 15 लाख की राह लगाए हुए कि उनके खाते में 15 लाख आएगा, उनके खाते में 15 लाख आएगा। 15 लाख छोड़ दीजिए, 2 करोड़ रोजगार की बात आपने कही, रोजगार आप खत्म करते जाते हैं। रेलवे की भर्ती का जिक्र मैंने किया था मान्यवर, दौड़ा दौड़ा के आप नौजवानों को पीटते हैं, एफआईआर कराते हैं, मुकदमे कराते हैं, रोजगार उनको देते नहीं। एनपीए का जिक्र अभी विनय विश्वम जी कर रहे थे। 10.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एनपीए चंद पूंजीपतियों का है मान्यवर, और 10.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के एनपीए में आपके बड़े बड़े पूंजीपति उद्योगपति जो आपके मित्रों हैं, जिनको हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं मेहुल भाई, वो मेहुल भाई 20,000 करोड़ रुपए लेके हिंदुस्तान से भाग जाते हैं। 2900 करोड़ रुपए ललित मोदी लेके भाग जाते हैं। 6,000 करोड़ रुपए नितिन संदेशरा लेके भाग जाते हैं। नीरव मोदी हिंदुस्तान से हजारों करोड़ लूट के भाग जाते हैं। तो मैंने तो इस प्रस्ताव दिया था, और आज इस सदन में आपके माध्यम से माननीय, और मैं कह रहा हूं कि 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जिस भी उद्योगपति या पूंजीपति का बकाया हो, उसका पासपोर्ट जब्त कर लीजिए। वो हिंदुस्तान छोड़कर भागने नहीं पाएगा। अगर वो हिंदुस्तान छोड़कर भाग रहा है तो इसका मतलब लूट में कहीं ना कहीं हिस्सेदारी है। उसको भगाने का काम आप करते हैं, उसको भगाने का काम करते हैं। एक गरीब आदमी मान्यवर 10,000 रुपए का अगर कर्जा ले ले तो उसका कॉलर पकड़ के आप हवालात में बंद कर देते हैं। एक किसान अगर 20,000 का कर्जा ले ले, उसका कॉलर पकड़ के आप उसको जेल में बंद कर देते हैं। लेकिन 20-20 हजार करोड़ रुपए, 10-10 हजार करोड़ रुपए विजय माल्या लेके भाग गया, आज तक वो हिंदुस्तान नहीं आ पा रहा है। तो ये पूंजीपतियों के साथ लूट और लूट के बाद उनको भगाने का जो धंधा चल रहा है, इसको रोकने का एकमात्र तरीका है 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जो भी कर्जदार हैं उनके पासपोर्ट आप जब्त करने का काम कीजिए। मान्यवर, यहां बताया गया हमने ये कर दिया, हमने शिक्षा में ये किया, हमने स्वास्थ्य में ये किया। 130 करोड़ की आबादी वाले मुल्क का शिक्षा का बजट मात्र 2%, 130 करोड़ आबादी वाले मुल्क का स्वास्थ्य का बजट मात्र 2.3%। अभी एक खबर आई है मान्यवर, 1 अप्रैल से 800 दवाओं का दाम आप बढ़ाने जा रहे हैं। 800 दवाओं का 10.5%, 10.7% 800 दवाओं का दाम आप बढ़ाने जा रहे हैं। और उसमें तमाम दर्द की दवा है, पैरासिटामॉल जैसी दवा है। तो आप अशिक्षा से दर्द देते हैं, स्वास्थ्य की बदहाली से दर्द देते हैं, बेरोजगारी से दर्द देते हैं, किसानों को दर्द देते हैं, माताओं बहनों को दर्द देते हैं। अरे कम से कम दर्द की दवा तो सस्ती कर दो। दर्द की दवा भी महंगी करते जा रहे हो, दर्द भी देते हो, दर्द की दवा भी महंगी करते जा रहे हो। तो मान्यवर, मैं तो इनसे यह कहना चाहता हूं कि आपने नारा दिया है सबका साथ सबका विकास, तो सबका साथ लीजिए। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अभी दिल्ली का बजट पेश किया। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के बजट को देखिए, 22% शिक्षा पे खर्च किया, 13% स्वास्थ्य का बजट है, ट्रांसपोर्ट पर, रोड पर 13% का बजट। दिल्ली की सरकार मान्यवर जब आई थी तो 30,000 करोड़ का बजट था, आज 75,000 करोड़ का बजट दिल्ली की सरकार ने पेश किया। 2.5 गुना बजट बढ़ाने का काम किया। एक ईमानदार सरकार चला के दिखाई। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गाली गलौज करना छोड़ दो, इनकम टैक्स अफसर है, बुला के बैठा लिया करो, साथ में कुछ सिखा देंगे बजट कैसे बनता है, शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, बिजली पे, पानी पे। और बिजली पे मान्यवर, जिस पे सबसे ज्यादा हल्ला मचाते हैं लोग कि अरे दिल्ली वाले तो फ्री बिजली पा रहे हैं, फ्री बिजली पा रहे हैं, फ्री बिजली पा रहे हैं। बिजली का बजट मालूम है आपको? मात्र 4%, मात्र 4% बजट में दिल्ली की जनता को हम लोग 300 यूनिट बिजली फ्री देने का काम करते हैं। सीखो कुछ अरविंद केजरीवाल से, सीख लो आप लोग। और आप लोग क्या करते हो? फिल्म के पोस्टर पे राजनीति कर रहे हो, फिल्म के पोस्टर पे राजनीति कर रहे हो। मैं तो मान्यवर इनके, आपके जरिए इनसे मांग करना चाहता हूं, कश्मीरी पंडितों के दर्द पर मजाक करना और राजनीतिक ड्रामा करना बंद कीजिए और इस बजट में प्रावधान कीजिए कि कश्मीरी पंडितों के पुनर्वास के लिए कम से कम 20,000 करोड़ रुपए आपकी सरकार खर्च करेगी। प्रावधान कीजिए। और मैंने तो प्रस्ताव रखा था, सारे सांसद अपने 1 साल की निधि कश्मीरी पंडितों के पुनर्वास के लिए लगाएं। आप राजनीति कर रहे हैं और यहां विनय सहस्त्र बुद्धे साहब बैठे हुए हैं। आपकी भाषा सुनता हूं, मैं बड़ा प्रभावित होता हूं सर आपसे। आपकी भाषा सुन के मैं बड़ा प्रभावित होता हूं। आदरणीय शुक्ला जी बैठे, अरे थोड़ा ये भाषा, ऐसे बोलने की भाषा अपने नेताओं को सिखाइए। खत्म कर रहा हूं सर।
हो गया।
इनके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भारतीय जनता पार्टी
नहीं,
यही संस्कार सीखते हैं आप लोग। वो गाली दे रहे हैं निर्वाचित मुख्यमंत्री को सर, निर्वाचित मुख्यमंत्री को गाली दे रहे हैं। यही संस्कार सिखाते हैं आप लोग। आरएसएस की शाखा में यही संस्कार सिखाया जाता है। 3 बार के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री को गाली दी जा रही है सर। इनका प्रदेश अध्यक्ष गाली दे रहा है। तो मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं मान्यवर, मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं, ये गाली गलौज करने वाले लोग हैं, ये नफरत और झगड़ा फैलाने वाले लोग हैं, ये देश को बांटने वाले लोग हैं। आज भारत हंगर इंडेक्स में 101 स्थान पे पहुंच गया। भूख के मामले में 101 स्थान पे आपने भारत को पहुंचा दिया। खत्म कर रहा हूं सर, खत्म कर रहा हूं। और हैप्पीनेस के इंडेक्स में 136 नंबर पे भारत को आपने पहुंचा दिया। किसी को खुश नहीं रखते आप। सारा वर्ग दुखी आपसे, किसान दुखी, नौजवान दुखी, माताएं बहनें दुखी, व्यापारी दुखी, पूरे हिंदुस्तान को आपने दुखी कर रखा है। क्योंकि आपकी सरकार गरीबों की सरकार नहीं है, नौजवानों की सरकार नहीं है, पूंजीपतियों की सरकार है। कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स आप कम करते हो, 25% से घटाते 22%। कर्मचारियों का टैक्स कम नहीं करते। आप उनको राहत नहीं देते।
श्री सपन दास गुप्ता जी,
आप पूंजीपतियों की सरकार चला रहे हो, पूंजीपतियों की गुलामी कर रहे हो।
प्लीज स्टार्ट, प्लीज स्टार्ट।
Rule 261 says,
1 second.
yeah, kindly. Sir, Rule 261, expansion of words from proceedings. If the chairman of, I have something very important to say. If the chairman is of the opinion that
Yes,
a word,
yes.
okay, I'll tell you.
We are aware of this.
No, honorable member while speaking referred to the government and said, सरकार का चेहरा काला हो जाएगा. Yeah, what I'm saying is, no, kindly, no.
No debate, no debate.
No, I will tell you why it is. No, kindly listen to me.
Please sit down.
Kindly listen to me. Kindly.
Please sit down.
Sir,
No
kindly.
debate on this. We have taken note of your objection. We have taken note of. I have taken. Please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. Will be verified. Records will be verified. No. Records will be verified. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. Oh. Please. No. I am on my legs. I am on my legs. Please. Chair is. I am on my legs. Please. I am on my legs. No. I have. Please listen. Please listen. आप बैठ जाइए. श्री सपन दास गुप्ता जी, आप बोलिए. बैठिए.
Deputy Chair. Sir, the House seems... Sir, the House seems to be in a very jolly mood.
शेखर जी.
And therefore,
This is not the way.
may I request... Sir, will you bring the House to order?
All right. No. Oh. What is going on? No, Sanjay ji, ये नहीं. Sanjay ji, please.
Sir, since the House is in a very jolly mood, I think I'll start this on a very lighter note. You see, when a person who happens to be a Bengali is asked to speak on the finance bill, there is a presumption that he must be an economist. Now, I beg to say that I'm not an economist, but I would like to say that there is an inverse relationship. There is an inverse relationship between the number of economists produced and the condition of the economy of that state.
I think, sir, yesterday, Mr. Elangovan, a very good friend of mine, a very erudite member from Tamil Nadu, he asked this very basic question. What sort of a budget is this? He was rather agitated. And then he said, this is not a budget for the 20th century. Now, it may be a Freudian slip on his part by saying 20th century. But I think he had a point. Yes, sir. This was not a budget for the 20th century. This was a budget for the 21st century. And the reason, perhaps, the Honorable Finance Minister shunned poetry, some of which her predecessors have been generously taking recourse to. She shunned generous rhetoric and came down to the point. She could have spun a web of dreams, like we've heard today. We've heard yesterday and today people saying that the tax to GDP ratio is too little. In other words, we must tax more. But if you tax more, you'll say the middle class is being squeezed. We are being told that perhaps the best index is the happiness index. In other words, those who are unhappy should be banished to some other part, which would leave a large section of this house vacant. We have been taking a situation whereby you want wealth creators to be in this country. But then you say that this is a society, this is a government which is only for the wealth creators, and then you say 20,000 of them have left the country. There has to be a degree of consistency in this whole narrative. A budget is just not a budget, just like economics is not a science. A budget takes into account political realities. A budget is made, a finance bill is done on the premise that what is possible and what is doable. There are certain political options which have got to be weighed. And these political options were very scrupulously weighed in this case. There was a conscious decision taken that the welfare net would be expanded. There was a very conscious decision taken that taxes will not rise. There was a very conscious decision taken that the health sector would be expanded. And these were flexible decisions given that we were faced with what can at best be called unprecedented, but it could also be compared to a war. No one expected the COVID situation, just like I guess no one really expected that the war in Ukraine would have such a devastating fallout over the rest of the world. But you must have that necessary flexibility to be able to do that. And I think one of the first things we must realize about this government's approach is that it is not molded by doctrine, it is molded by necessity. And it is molded by a degree of pragmatism which has come about. Now, there could be various alternatives. Now, many of the people here would say that everything must be done by the state. That is one approach to governance, where the state takes predominance over everything else. At least we have in the Modi government a far more practical approach whereby said the state is important, but society is far more important. And it is this blend to be able to match the state with society. And I think that is very important in governing this economics of this. Mr. Chidambaram spoke yesterday in his rather uncharacteristic emphasis on trivia on the private sector has been left out. Sir, the private sector is not left out, but the private sector normally, and with his rich experience should know, doesn't come under a union budget. it is governed by other facets. I think we must also realize that the povertarianism which my friend Manoj Jha articulated on the basis of a report, which my friend Mr. Amar Patnaik also alluded to, is not necessarily the only prescription we can have of this country going ahead. What is the basis on which this budget has been crafted? The budget has been crafted on the basis that society in India at this stage needs a blend of both entitlement but more important, empowerment. You can have two approaches to a sick person. You can say you can say have more doctors. Yes, of course, you need medical assistance. But far more important is to ensure that the conditions in which people live are such that the need for doctors becomes less and less. That would be the more healthier approach. And I think here, rather than go through the prescriptions which a lot of my Nobel-winning Bengali economists suggested of just doling out money, the idea was that yes, of course, you must dole out some in the form of free rations, that you must dole out in the form of the Kisan Nidhi which has been given. You must dole out resources in the form of free vaccinations. But most important, you must create the conditions in which people can recover. Now, how successful are these prescriptions, how the conditions, is really going to be the test. Expansion of Manrega is not necessarily the criterion of a healthy society. Manrega is a desperate means when work is not available. It is an emergency situation which is there. What we need to do is to actually ensure that Manrega is properly implemented in its absolute right way. And there are many states in this country where Manrega, unfortunately, has been distorted, having fallen prey to what is called cut money, to patronage, to cronyism. We must ensure that the implementation of Manrega is as good as the direct benefit transfers. That is a test. These are the type of things which are important. We must ensure that the credit extension which has been given to SMEs, to MSMEs, does not suffer, as they have done in the past sometimes, in the hands of indifferent bank managers who are not very conscious of why these are there. We must be concerned that the expansion of taxes is due to expanding the tax net, not burdening more people. Today, I think one of the greatest successes of this Modi government has been the adept use of technology for making people's lives much easier. Today, we've seen a 48% growth in direct taxes. Mr. Alphonse referred to that. But we've also seen that there has been a great expansion in the number of taxpayers. This is not merely only because the incomes have risen, certainly that is the case, but because tax compliance today is far better. That you've created a situation whereby it has become impossible for those who are willful tax evaders to survive. You can't buy a car without your Aadhaar card. You can't buy something without a PAN card. So these checks and balances, the use of technology, has made life much more better. Today, sir, we are on the cusp of actually creating the architecture of a welfare state. But a welfare state that does not leak. It's a welfare state which is actually targeted towards the most vulnerable. Yes, there are loopholes. Who can say that there aren't loopholes? But the purpose of this is to actually ensure that those who need it most actually get it. And as for wealth creation, I think it's about time we realize that wealth creation is not a dirty word. We recognize that the state by itself cannot create everything. There was a lament yesterday in the debate about the decline of BSNL. Yes, but today ask yourself the question, have we not made a huge exponential shift in the manner in which telecom companies view their customers, where they compete with each other to lower their rates and attract customers? Would that complacency have been there if the arrogance with which the public sector initially undertook its role, had that been still there? So competition is not necessarily bad. And the important thing is to ensure that there is an actual full competitive environment which is available in this country. And I think the main task is to ensure that some form of actual monopolies do not exist in this country. That there is competition between states, there is competition between companies, there is competition to improve ourselves. And that environment is what this budget is all about. Sir, Mr. Elangovan was right. This is not an ordinary budget. Because this was not really a budget only for one fiscal year. This budget, in my view, actually set out the steps which we need to make India grow bigger and bigger, to get out of this third world mentality, to get out of a situation where we take poverty as given, where we can begin the task of actually managing prosperity, managing greatness. And this is something which may be a novel experience to those who think that the politics, the rhetoric, the poetry of India is only about deprivation, only about poverty. My friend there, Sujit Kumar, comes from Kalahandi district. Now at one time in the 80s, Mr. Jairam Ramesh would remember, Kalahandi was equated with the worst form of deprivation you could have. When you said Kalahandi, you meant deprivation. Today, what is the position of Kalahandi? Look at where it has grown. And where the potential, and it still hasn't reached its full potential. It is going. So the idea is therefore not to bask in what we are today, but what we can grow towards. And if the finance minister can simplify laws, yes, Mr. Chidambaram was right. There are some laws which are written in a ridiculous sort of way. They are not written for ordinary users. They should be simplified. That's a fair criticism to make about the whole culture, and which he did mention was also a legacy issue. But if we say that everything, as Mr. Vishwam would like us to believe, should devolve on the state, and that we become a subject of what the government thinks, then the creative potential of India is not going to be fulfilled. And I would urge the finance minister to, in future, to look upon it at best as how people can be empowered, how we can create a facilitating environment in which this economy can grow, because we've had a few knocks. COVID has been a knock. Ukraine will probably be a knock. But we will grow out of it. And when we grow out of it, we can then realize our full potential. And that, to my mind, is the most important feature of what this budget actually tries to do. A big stepping stone towards a larger objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much, sir.
माननीय अब्दुल वहाब जी.
Whenever I am coming, you are in the chair, it's very good. And
It's good for me.
being last speaker, our FM is also here. So as Mr. Nadeem told, I congratulate our finance minister for going for the next 25 years budget Madam is giving us, not just the 21st century, 21st century, for 22nd century also. 22nd century, looking ahead. And BJP has got all the right because they got a majority. Constitutional terms they got, but as the percentage, most of the community or the non-voters for BJP on the other side. Somebody was telling against the division in the opposition. Whatever it is, we have to have this budget every year. Every year, since so many years, in my age, I am looking this every greenery or rosy budget. Everybody, even for UPA or BJP, all the budgets are rosy. But end of the day, there is saying in our place, whichever father comes, suffering is for my mother. Whoever coming to power, ultimately we are suffering. The Aam Aadmi, not Sanjay Singh. We are suffering. So I wish our country should not be a Sri Lanka in future. I hope that FM will be very much taking care of that. 150 million crores is our debt, internal and external. This has to be, should be there in the mind of our finance minister. And I am not each and everything from GST, that issue, this issue, from 5%. You are looking again to the watch. That is the problem.
This is my job. You look at me, no problem.
Whenever I am speaking this one,
You have
so
time.
many people talk, nobody
You have
was
time.
looking to this one. To me, you are always looking there.
This is my job, which I do.
Your job
You
is-
do your job.
No, you have to encourage me instead of just looking at the watch. Anyway, I am not each and every, this one 5% here, footwear, that wear and all, I am not looking. Our finance minister should have looked 100 times for that one, trying to give us less tax and more welfare schemes. I hope finance minister will change some items, especially my colleagues have told, and I hope that she will look into that one. And a word I have to say is, I want to have the last word, but I am leaving it to the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. माननीय महेश पोद्दार जी.
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय. महोदय, आज के चर्चा में 2-3 बड़ी अच्छी चीज़ें सीखने को मिली कि यदि किसी बजट पे किसी बंगाली को बोलने कहा जाए तो समझो कि वो इकोनॉमिस्ट है. यदि कोई बजट बनाने वाला चाहिए अच्छा तो समझिए वो कोई हरियाणा वाला होगा. मैं इसमें एक बात जोड़ना चाहता हूँ छोटी सी. यदि आपको बजट प्रॉफिट का बनाना हो घाटे की जगह तो एक मारवाड़ी को बुला लीजिएगा.
और गुजराती भी चाहिए.
गुजराती हो तो और उत्तम. महोदय, प्रियंका जी ने एक बात कही बुलेट की. इस देश में एक बहुत गरीब परिवार में एक व्यक्ति पैदा होता है, बड़ा होता है और अपनी मेहनत के बल पे, अपनी निष्ठा के बल पे देश के एक बहुत ऊंची कुर्सी पे बैठता है. महोदय, वो उस धातु का बना होता है जिसको जितना तपाओ वो उतना निखरता है. महोदय, वो ऐसा व्यक्ति है who can bite the bullet, who doesn't dodge the bullet, but who can also digest the bullet. और महोदय, वो आदमी है नरेंद्र मोदी. जब से उन्होंने राजनीति में, एक्टिव राजनीति में कदम उठाया सन 2000, तब से वो क्या कर रहा है? शब्दों के हर तरह के प्रहारी तो झेल रहा है और जैसे जैसे प्रहार बढ़ते गए वैसे वैसे उसकी प्रतिभा निखरती गई. और आज जब हम देश के इस मुकाम पे और जब उसके देश के प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पे 7वां वर्ष गुजर रहा है, हम देख रहे हैं कि विश्व के सारे लोग उसे एक वैश्विक नेता के रूप में स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। कोई को इससे अच्छा लगे, कोई को जलन हो, वो उनकी समस्या है, विश्व की समस्या नहीं है, और हमारी तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं है। महोदय, अभी लोगों ने कहा, क्योंकि समय कम है इसलिए मैं ज़्यादा उदाहरण नहीं दूंगा, लोगों ने कहा हमने तुम्हें वोट दिया, तुमने क्या दिया। महोदय, लोगों ने हमें वोट दिया, हमने उसे आयुष्मान दिया। महोदय, सारे जिला, देश के सारे जिला में पब्लिक हेल्थ लैब बनाने का वायदा किया और बना भी रहे हैं। महोदय, 1 करोड़ लोगों को अटल पेंशन योजना के द्वारा हमने मदद कराई है। बहुत सारी योजनाएं जिसके बारे में बहुत लोग चर्चा कर चुके हैं, मैं रिपीट नहीं करना चाहता हूं महोदय। लेकिन अगर लोग ये पूछते हैं कि अगर इस देश ने विश्वास जताया है इस सरकार पे, तो क्या दिया। अभी कल मैं चिदम्बरम जी को सुन रहा था और उन्होंने एक अच्छी बात कही। हमारे साथी इन्होंने भी कहा कि डायरेक्ट टैक्स कोड के बारे में। महोदय, इस देश में इनकम टैक्स में सुधार की बातें बहुत दिनों से चली आ रही है, बहुत सारे कानून में सुधार की बातें बहुत दिनों से चली आ रही है। मैं केवल एक उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं, कंपनीज एक्ट 2013 जो पिछली सरकार ने बनाया था। महोदय, उस कानून के तहत जितने देश के कॉरपोरेट टैक्स में कर्मचारी पदाधिकारी थे, सारे के सारे आपराधिक श्रेणी में आ गए थे। और उसके बाद में पिछले 5-7 साल में 100 से अधिक अमेंडमेंट हो चुके। जब आप कल परसों नए कानून के, जीएसटी कानून के बारे में बात हो रही थी, बिल्कुल नया कानून है, बहुत सारे अमेंडमेंट है। मैं भी उसका पक्षधर नहीं हूं कि बार बार अमेंडमेंट होना चाहिए, लेकिन एक नया कानून जिसकी कोई कल्पना नहीं थी, यदि उसमें आवश्यकता अनुसार दिक्कत को देखते हुए उस स्पीड ब्रेकर को क्रॉस करने के लिए संशोधन करना पड़े तो क्या कसूर है। महोदय, ये मैं बोल सकता हूं कि ये सरकार करों के मामले में, कानूनों के मामले में बहुत स्पष्ट नीति रखती है। यदि हमने 58 से अधिक पुराने कानूनों को खत्म कर दिया, जब हम लेबर के मामले में 13 केंद्रीय और राज्य करों को मिलाकर के एक जीएसटी ले आए बहुत हिम्मत के साथ, जब 3 लेबर कोड में 25 से अधिक केंद्रीय कानूनों को समावेश कर दिया, तो महोदय, इस देश में यदि इनकम टैक्स का जो कोड कि जो उन्होंने विपक्ष के तौर पे उन्होंने सुझाव दिया, बहुत अच्छा सुझाव है ये। यदि कोई इस देश में इनकम टैक्स का नया कोड ला सकता है तो मैं कहता हूं यही सरकार ला सकती है और यही सरकार लाएगी, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। महोदय, जीएसटी के मुआवजे के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। मैं केवल एक बात का उल्लेख करना चाहूँगा कि जीएसटी आने के पहले सारे राज्यों के अपने अपने रेवेन्यूज थे जो जीएसटी में समा गए थे, और जीएसटी में स्वर्गीय अरुण जेटली जी ने बहुत हिम्मत करके 14% हर साल वृद्धि का वायदा करके एक आम सहमति बनाई थी, जिस कारण से इस देश में व्यापार करना इतना आसान हुआ। बहुत बड़ा कदम था, बहुत हिम्मत वाला कदम था। मैं तो बधाई देना चाहूँगा इस सरकार को कि इस विपत्ति के समय भी कभी भी इस सरकार ने नहीं बोला कि हम ये नहीं दे पाएंगे, इससे हमको कुछ कंसेशन चाहिए, कभी नहीं बोला। हाँ, दिक्कत थी, कुछ आगे पीछे देने की दिक्कत थी जो उन्होंने स्वीकार किया, और मैं समझता हूं राज्यों को भी इसकी आलोचना नहीं करनी चाहिए, स्वीकार करनी चाहिए। हाँ, उनकी अपेक्षा कुछ और है, वो जीएसटी काउंसिल देख रही है। महोदय, यदि 14% उनकी वृद्धि निश्चित तौर पे मिल रही है पिछले 5-7 सालों से, और जब उसके पहले जब जीएसटी नहीं था औसत वृद्धि 5-7% होती थी राज्यों के करों की, तो महोदय आप अनुमान कर सकते हैं इससे उनको फायदा हुआ कि कम हुआ। लेकिन जिन राज्यों को ज्यादा फायदा हुआ है, दुखद स्थिति यह है महोदय, सबसे ज्यादा आलोचना वही राज्य कर रहे हैं। महोदय, जब फेसलेस असेसमेंट की बात उठा रहे हैं तो ये बात सही है कि सामने चेहरा दिखता नहीं। मैं समझता हूं तकलीफ उन लोगों को हो जो सामने चेहरे को मैनेज कर सकते थे, उनको तकलीफ हो रही है कि ये ऐसा क्यों हुआ। लेकिन हम जैसे साधारण करदाता को आज किसी से भी पूछ ले, खास लोगों से ना पूछे, आम लोगों से पूछे, आम लोग बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत सरल है, और सारे देश में इसका स्वागत हो रहा है, सारे टैक्स कंसल्टेंट्स भी इसके स्वागत कर रहे हैं। हाँ, मैं जरूर कहूंगा वित्त मंत्री जी को कि आज रिफंड की स्पीड अप्रत्याशित रूप से अच्छी हो गई है, लेकिन उनको जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि इतना रिफंड क्यों करना पड़ रहा है, इस पे भी वो जरा विचार करें। और मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा अपील के केसेस तुरंत कैसे निपटा सके, इस पे भी सुधार करने की आवश्यकता है। और प्री डिपॉजिट टैक्स के बारे में भी चिंता करनी चाहिए। इस बार बजट में पूंजीगत व्यय पर चिदम्बरम जी का एक लंबा विवेचना मैंने सुना। महोदय, बहुत नामी प्रसिद्ध वकील हैं और उन्होंने कहा कि मामूली घटौती हुई है, जबकि सरकार ने ईमानदारी से 60,000 करोड़ रुपया जो एयर इंडिया का था उसको कैपिटल एक्सपेंस में लिखा और उसको डिस्क्लोज किया। मान लिया जाए कि उस 6.11 लाख करोड़ नहीं 5.5 लाख करोड़ ही है, तो भी एक्चुअल एक्सपेंसेस सिर्फ 4,000 करोड़ कम हुआ। और दूसरी तरफ में जब 1 लाख करोड़ की राज्यों के साथ में उसको जोड़ ली जाए तो करीब 20% की वृद्धि है। तो महोदय 20% की वृद्धि उनको दिखी नहीं और 1% से कम की खर्चे जो उनके कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से है, सरकार के हिसाब से तो उसमें भी वृद्धि हुई है, लेकिन उनके हिसाब से उसको उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा इशू बना दिया कि ये सरकार कम खर्च कर रही है, जो बजट से भी कम खर्च कर रही है। महोदय एक कहावत है, ए लायर विल डू एनीथिंग टू विन ए केस, समटाइम्स ही विल इवन टेल द ट्रूथ। ये कहावत है और मैं समझता हूँ कि कल जो हम लोग सुन रहे थे वही मुझे समझ में आ रहा है। और जब उन्होंने एक शब्द का यूज़ किया मॉस्किटो बाइट के बराबर कि 20% की वृद्धि जो है इज जस्ट लाइक ए मॉस्किटो बाइट। महोदय मैं कुछ आंकड़े आपके सामने रख रहा हूं कि 2008 द कैपिटल एक्सपेंसेस ऑफ 1.2 लाख करोड़, 2009 उस समय एक विपत्ति आई थी देश के सामने 2008-9 में, उस समय वो घट करके 93,000 करोड़ हो गया, करीब करीब 22% कम हो गया। 2010 1.2 लाख करोड़ इंक्रीज बाय 22%। अब हम इधर देखें तो 2020 में वी हैड ए बजट ऑफ 3.3 लाख करोड़, 2021 में 4.1 लाख करोड़ इंक्रीज बाय 25%, 21-22 में 5.5 लाख करोड़ उनके आंकड़े के हिसाब से तो इंक्रीज बाय 34%, एंड 23 में 7.5 लाख करोड़ 36%। महोदय इफ 20-25% increase is just a mosquito bite, then I don't know, जब उस समय विपत्ति आई थी, जो उस समय उनका कम हुआ था कैपिटल एक्सपेंसेस, उसको वो क्या बोलेंगे मैं नहीं जानता हूं, मैं कोई नाम नहीं देना चाहता हूं। महोदय जब सदन के सामने मैं और कुछ आंकड़े रखूंगा कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स के बारे में, कहा गया कि इन्होंने कुछ मित्रों को मदद करने के लिए कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स कम कर दिया है। महोदय कम टैक्स करना हर समय बुरा नहीं होता। 11-12 में द बजटरी एस्टिमेट was 3.3 lakh crore and actual was 2.9. 12-13 में 3.4 लाख करोड़, actual was 3.1. 13-14 में 3.7 लाख करोड़, actual was 3.4. और महोदय 22-23 में 7.2 lakh crore was the estimate and the actual is 7.3 lakh crore. महोदय अगर हमने कम भी कर दिया लेकिन बजट से और एस्टिमेट से ज़्यादा टैक्स कलेक्ट हुआ, ये देश में उद्योगों को और व्यापारियों को आगे बढ़ाने की भावना से हम कर रहे हैं और इसके अच्छे परिणाम मिल रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूँ इसका स्वागत होना चाहिए। महोदय आंकड़े बोलते हैं और झूठ तो नहीं बोलते, आप तय करें कि कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स की कमी से इस देश को फायदा हुआ कि नुकसान हुआ। महोदय फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट के बारे में प्रियंका जी ने कहा, कैपिटल मार्केट के बारे में, तो ये एक तथ्य है, उनको मालूम होगा कि कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट में लोग आते हैं और पैसा लगाते हैं और निकालते हैं। उन्होंने केवल पैसे निकालने की बात की लेकिन इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात नहीं की। मैं समझता हूं कि ये तथ्यात्मक रूप से गलती है। महोदय वाइजाग स्टील प्लांट और डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के बारे में लोगों ने बात कही, मैं केवल एक हिंदुस्तान जिंक का उदाहरण देना चाहूँगा। 2002 में 770 करोड़ में बेचा गया और आज उसका 30% स्टेक, केवल 30% स्टेक इज 8,000 करोड़ रुपया का उस कंपनी को फायदा हो रहा है, जिसमें कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स भी सरकार को मिल रहा है। महोदय डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट इज नॉट ए बैड, अब तक का एक्सपीरियंस, बैड डिसीजन जो अब तक का है। एयर इंडिया के मामले में 60,000 करोड़ का घाटा हुआ, कौन जिम्मेवार है इसके लिए, किसके ऊपर कार्रवाई है? विजय मल्ल्या ने तो 5,000 करोड़ का घाटा किया, हम उसको भला बुरा कहते हैं महोदय। और अंत में महोदय मैं 1 मिनट में अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा कि हमारे टीएमसी के साथी ने हमारे जननायक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर व्यक्तिगत और घटिया आक्षेप लगाए। महोदय ये दुख का विषय है। मैं समझता हूँ उनका जीवन एक खुली किताब है, उनके आर्थिक मामले सबको मालूम है, उनकी बैलेंस शीट सबके सामने है, उनके निजी एसेट, निजी व्यवहार, उनके परिवार का आचरण सबको मालूम है। कम से कम एक व्यक्ति को तो उसकी ईमानदारी की सजा न दें।
मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से उनसे आग्रह करूंगा। और महोदय, एक कहावत है, द मैन इज नॉट मेड फॉर डिफीट, और यह राष्ट्र भी ऐसा है। हम एक अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में अत्यधिक दबाव में थे, लेकिन कभी हमने युद्ध का मैदान नहीं छोड़ा, और मुझे यकीन है सभी बाधाओं के बावजूद हम सभी के लिए विकास जारी रखेंगे। धन्यवाद महोदय।
धन्यवाद महेश जी। अब माननीय मंत्री जी का जवाब।
Thank you very much, sir. I thank all the 26 honorable members who participated in this debate and have actually gone into great details of discussing most aspects of the budget, some aspects of the finance bill, and some aspects of the appropriation bill. I focus on my reply shall focus on observations made on the finance bill and observations also made on the appropriation, and less on the budget, because on the budget I think we've had one round already. So I shall not spend too much time responding to observations made on the budget. So this finance bill has been presented at a time when the revival from the pandemic days is still an ongoing job, and we are focusing on a sustained growth, recovery, with a predictable taxation regime, and ensuring that the newer challenges which are before us, whether at the time of the budget presentation I hadn't taken on board the Omicron, and now we are also facing the situation of a full-blown war in Ukraine, which is not some war in some corner of the world, but it is seemed to be having impact on all countries like the way the pandemic had. But this impact is disruption to very many supplies. The value chains are all broken. Newer markets are emerging. At the same time, old markets are all caught up in a situation where nothing is normal. So you're actually in a situation where, like the way during the pandemic we came up with a budget and then came the second wave, this time we came up with a budget so that continuity in recovery will be aimed at, and then came Omicron. Now we also have a war whose impact is being felt by all of us. However, if we just go back to the realities which hold good for the budget of last year and the budget of this year, and therefore reflection in the finance bill, is that we have not taken taxation as a route for mobilizing resources. I said this in the Lok Sabha. I was pleasantly surprised to hear very many members here also referring to my response there. But that response is a well thought out response, a response which is a true response, fact-based response, in that in the last year, we did not fall back on any increase in tax in the name of COVID tax or in the name of any other element of tax, to have the resource mobilized for the sake of meeting the challenges of recovery. So did we in this budget as well. So I want to highlight that fact, that the clear understanding and direction by the Honorable Prime Minister was the budget shall not draw on resources by taxing people at this time when recovery is the most important element, and that we should find resources and fully continue with the predictable recovery that we were aiming at, and sustained recovery for growth was the point which was underlined. And in that context, therefore, I repeat what I said in the Lok Sabha, that the OECD report has clearly shown that about 32 countries had increased various tax rates during the pandemic. They could have raised the personal income or corporate income or environment-related taxations or health-related taxes or excise duties, but they were large economies, developed economies, not so developed economies, all of whom resorted to increasing in tax. We did not, in spite of all the speculation which was going on in the media as well. So no tax was increased for our the recovery process to be funded or aimed. So in spite of all the uncertainty and in spite of all the self-doubting eminent persons who have been commenting saying, no, Indian economy has a problem, nobody is realizing, those in the government don't know how to handle the economy and so on, I'd like to place before you figures which actually depend on the judgment of people who deal with money, big money, and who are dealing with big money across the board anywhere in the world, and which is reflected in the FDIs. The FDI inflow into India, sir, in FY21 was $81.72 billion, US dollars. In FY20, it was $74.39 billion. India has continued to remain in the top 5 FDI recipient countries, and this is a UNCTAD UNCTAD report. I'd like to say that in the 7 years and 9 months of Prime Minister Modi's government till December 2021, the FDI inflows into India has been $500.5 billion, and that is about 65% higher than the FDI inflows during the entire 10-year regime of the UPA. So if 10 years of UPA, which is normally touted as very good, we did this, we did that, we've controlled everything, we were incentivizing the growth of the economy, could draw only some amount which was 65% lesser than what we've drawn, in spite of the kind of comments which have been made against this government saying you don't know how to manage the economy, I think that reflects how honestly both the Indian investors and also investors from abroad have trusted the economic management of this government under Prime Minister Modi. And that is why you find 10 years से ज़्यादा 65% ज़्यादा हमारे लिए FDI 7 साल और 9 महीने में ही आ गया है इस देश में. So I now go responding to the observations made by eminent speakers, most members of the House, so that it covers at a go the issues raised by individuals, but at the same time answer those issues which have been raised by that member, but also equally by others. There were questions raised by senior member Shakti Singh Gohil that the COVID-19 emergency response and health system preparedness package, which was given 15,000 crore, has it actually been utilized, what is happening, and so on. Sir, the Union Cabinet on 22nd April 2020 itself approved significant investments in the health sector. 15,000 crores were allotted. The funds which were sanctioned were to be utilized in 3 phases, and for immediate COVID emergency response mechanisms, particularly for that 7,774 crores were provisioned, and the rest for medium-term support, which is about 1 to 4 years programs which will be taken up, and all of them taken up in mission mode approach. So we have attended through from 2020 itself for funding emergency response mechanisms and infrastructure which is so required for that. Also, health-related COVID measures being the issue of concern, 23,123 crores have been again provided for a second phase of health preparedness packages, and this is also gone through, and this was approved by the Cabinet on July 8, 2021. So one was April 2020, the next was in 2021. We've given 23,123 crores. Again, that is for health preparedness. So, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, through which insurance schemes for health workers was launched, increased investment again for public health had been spent, setting up of infectious disease hospitals at the block level. I remember some honorable members referring, saying it's all right, you have aims like facilities, but does that go down to the block level? It was specifically aimed at setting up infectious disease hospitals at the block levels, integrated public health labs and so on. 900 crores have been provided to Department of Biotechnology for research and development purely for COVID vaccine. And then 1.1 lakh crore loan guarantee scheme for COVID affected sectors has also been given, of which 50,000 crores was purely for the health sector. So each budget since after the pandemic lockdown was announced has been focusing on building health infrastructure abilities and the actual grounding of health infrastructure. Budget 2021, the outlay for health and well-being was 2,23,846 crores for the year 21-22, which is now coming to an end, and this year's 94,452 crores have been given, with an increase of 137%. So there has been continuously, and there's allocation for Mission Poshan, which is meant for nutrition, and also Swasth Bharat Yojana, which gets 64,180 crores over a period of 6 years. So specifically issues related to health emergency response system, health emergency infrastructure, the allocations have been steady from 2020 and substantial in order that health infrastructure get strengthened. So I'm looking around only to make sure the issues raised by the members and those members are present here because somewhat some of the members are not here, but the issues raised by them are important. There is a kind of a practice which I've got used to in the Lok Sabha where the speaker has, of course that shouldn't matter here, but I would just say it, saying if the member who raised the issue is not here, you don't need to respond to them. But I would still think, because for the benefit of the House here, even if the member is absent, I would want to respond to it because the issues raised have been very important. Sir, Member Amar Patnaik had raised, based on his, I think, vast experience in dealing with accounts and also being very familiar with public accounts and so on, has raised very critical questions about cesses and surcharges. Cess and surcharge having become very much more significant, his concern was, has it led to a situation where the state's share in the devolution has come down? I would seek your indulgence, sir, in that I would go through a bit of an elaborate explaining it in 3 different silos, because it's a very important aspect of the debate, and I think all of us, every member would want to know about it, and I would rather put this up front so that people know the arguments which every now and then, even during the question hour or otherwise, all of us give as response. It may sound, many people, without the narration here, it looks as if we are just saying, no, we have not. But actually, I'll put before this august House the facts which govern. So, as per Article 271 of the Indian Constitution, all taxes and duties, except surcharges and cesses levied for, after all, they are levied for specific purposes, shall be distributed to the Union and between the Union and the states. That is well laid out. The percentage of share for the states in the net proceeds is recommended by the Finance Commission, and then it is accepted by the Government of India from time to time. Sir, and also further, as per Article 279 of the Indian Constitution, the net proceeds of shareable central taxes shall be certified by the Controller and Auditor General. So it's not as if I can determine something and say this is the net proceeds. It is certified by the CAG for any particular year. Accordingly, the CAG of India certifies the total shareable pool of taxes every year. He certifies it, so it's not a random subjective number. And then the Government of India devolves that amount, that certified amount, to the states. So this is well established, and there is no way any individual or any government can tinker with that process. That is established. So for instance, now I go to my first silo for my response to Amar Patnaik ji. For instance, the share of the states in devolution in central taxes was projected as under for this budget. In the BE 21-22, meaning for the year which is ending in another 1 or 2 days, when it was presented in the budget, the BE said 6.66 lakh crores is the share of states in devolution. That's a BE. RE 2021-22 for this year, RE, which is the year which is in running, in the next 2 days it's going to get concluded. It is 7.45 lakh crores. Honorable members will be pleased to know. I'm glad Amar Patnaik ji is here. So all the more reason why I have to respond. Honorable members will be pleased to know that what I have devolved this year in the place of 7.45 lakh crores, which is my RE. My BE was 6.66 lakh crores. What I've actually devolved is 8.35 lakh crores as on date. So, not just the BE, not just the RE, which is higher than the BE, but actually much more than that, and this is a 1.69 lakh crores more than the BE. So 90,000 crores over the RE. Over the BE, 1.69 lakh crores have given more. Over the RE, which itself is an elevated RE, 90,000 crores has been given in excess of what I put in the RE figures. How did this come about? So before I go to that one-time payment which I've done this year, as a result of which this hike was possible, I just want to go into the detail of a table. The net proceeds which gets authorized by the Controller and Auditor General, if I can take the figures for a moment so that the honorable members will be informed. The net proceeds is arrived at from the gross tax revenue, which includes the cesses and surcharges and everything else, the gross tax revenue, then remove from it the cesses and surcharge, then remove from it the cost of collection, and then you arrive at the net proceeds. I'm sure Amar Patnaik ji is here, he can say if I'm going on the right track. So you arrive at the net proceeds. And that net proceeds is what is authorized by the CAG, and based on which, given the formula by the Finance Commission, the amount gets distributed to the states. I'll just read the numbers, sir. So that between 2019-20, 2021 and 21-22, we know the flow of how things are. the state's share, I'll directly come to that and go back to giving backward linkage. The fear that states are getting lesser, I just want to address that straight away. State share, sir, in 2019-20, I'm talking of the actual share which went to the states, was 6,83,353 crores. 1920 actual. 2021 actual. 6,15,841. 21-22 budget estimate 6,65,563 over the 1920 figure, 2021 figure. 2021-22 is 6,65,563. 21-22, the same year, for which the BE was 6,65,563, the revised estimate shows you 7,20,557, which is the revised estimate for this year, which has 2 more days to go. So, the RE actually is shown as 835 only because I have a long overdue amount which has been lying from 2014-15, which was constantly being discussed with the CAG, which had to be paid to the states, and states had to give some amount to us. All this reconciliation has been going on from 2014-15. I take that up now, so that we know why the actual, not just because of the net payable due, net proceeds are higher on their own, but there's also this one-time payment which I have made this year. One-time payment, I say, because unpaid dues to the states from their share of central taxes from, would you believe it, from 1996-97, 1996-97 till 2014-15 have been continuously being under negotiation with the CAG. I picked up that also. We have been talking with the CAG, discussions were held. So the unpaid dues which the states need to get and the dues which the states had to give to the center were all worked out clearly, reconciled. Net, 43,000 crores had to be given to, devolved to the states. So there was some amount which the states owed to the center, some amount which the center owed to the states, all this piling up from 1996-97 till 2014-15. Even that was taken up, negotiated, discussed with the CAG, and the CAG, after reconciling these two dues from here, both have been reconciled. 43,000 crores we have cleared as of 28 February 2022. This year, it was Modi government which has cleared this due. Since 1996-97 till 2014-15, the CAG...
Please.
Since then, the negotiations happened or not, at least we picked it up and we have settled this. So today, when I say that the revised estimate, because of better handling of all the cesses and surcharges being given to the states, as well as this 43,000, just 43,000 also getting added, goes up to 8.35 lakh crores. 8,35,000 crores. I'm right. So 8,35,000 crores as RE, which is 1.69 lakh crores more than the BE itself, and 90,000 crore over the RE, which is an enhanced amount. So in this, Now I've explained that one-time payment which has been pending from 96-97 till 2014-15, that lock, stock and barrel has been cleared now, net approved by the CAG. So that leaves me with having to explain what happens to the cesses and the surcharges. For example, sir, this I go to the third silo. For example, 2013-14 to 2022-23, I give the cumulative amounts, the actual utilization of the health and education cess, which is a question which many honorable members have been asking. Oh, you've been collecting health cess, you've been collecting education cess, where is it going? You're collecting it and keeping it for yourself. States are suffering because to that extent, their revenue is coming down. Not at all. The actual utilization of health and education cess, I think it was formerly called as primary and secondary higher education, primary, secondary and higher education cess. Now then it was changed to health and education cess. The cumulative total, sir, is expected to be 3.94 lakh crores as against the estimated collection.
Please, Mr. Vinay Viswamji, no, please. No. Please.
I'll give you everything that you want, Honorable Member Vinay Vishnu. But when you obstruct my flow,
Please.
I just can't,
Please do not obstruct. This is not right, Mr. Vinay Viswam. Sitting on the... Let her reply then. Let her reply. No, please. You have already spoken. Let her reply. No, this is not. This interruption is not correct. Please read the rules. Rules and procedure. It's very clearly mentioned that while sitting you cannot comment. Please.
Sir, sorry for repeating. From 2013-14 to 22-23, which is including the forthcoming year, from 1st April onwards, the actual utilization of health and education cess is expected to be 3.94 lakh crores as against an estimated collection of 3.77 lakh crores. Collection is only 3.77 lakh crores estimate, whereas its actual utilization is going to be 3.94. This cess is primarily funding centrally sponsored schemes which happen in the states, wherein the funds are being transferred to state governments. So the health and education cess, much higher than what is being collected, is going to the states till 22-23. So on the health and education cess, जितना भी आशंका है, डाउट्स है, किसी का मन में भी, प्लीज उसको दूर करें. कलेक्शन इज 3.77 लाख करोड़, मगर उसमें उठाने वाले खर्च 3.94 लाख करोड़, मतलब केंद्र सरकार उसमें जोड़ करके दे रही है. कलेक्शन को लेकर के बैठ नहीं रही है बिना खर्च भी उठा रहे हैं, उसमें हमारे पैसा भी जोड़ रहे हैं. इसीलिए सेस का विषय में जब भी उठाते हैं प्रश्न, केंद्र सरकार उस सेस को कमा रही है, वो कमाई हमारे साथ शेयर नहीं कर रही है, बिल्कुल नहीं. सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम के द्वारा हर पैसा उधर जाता है, उससे ज्यादा भी जाता है. सो उसमें स्पष्टता रहे. सर, सेकंड, दूसरा सेस का उदाहरण, क्योंकि बार बार उसके ऊपर भी डाउट्स आते हैं लोगों के मन में. अरे कॉम्पनसेशन का सेस इतना कलेक्ट करते हैं, स्टेट्स को नहीं देते हैं, स्टेट्स को इतना बकाया है. स्टेट्स का बकाया हम तय नहीं करते, जीएसटी काउंसिल तय करता है कितना अभी देना, बाकी कब देना है. वो जुलाई 22 से जो सेस का बढ़ाया काल समय बढ़ाया 26 जून जनवरी तक, मार्च तक, वो पैसा भी कॉम्पनसेशन सेस से कलेक्शन उसका तय करने वाले, मतलब वो कॉम्पनसेशन सेस का तय करने वाले जीएसटी काउंसिल, फिर भी उसका भी आंकड़ा मैं दे देती हूं। जीएसटी कॉम्पनसेशन सेस टोटल यूटिलाइजेशन फ्रॉम 2017-18, जब से जीएसटी लागू है तब से टोटल यूटिलाइजेशन अप टू 22-23, मतलब अप्रैल 1 से जो साल आने वाले हैं उसको भी जोड़ करके मैं डिटेल्स दे रही हूं, इज एक्सपेक्टेड टू बी 6.01 लाख करोड़। मगर उसमें कलेक्शन कितना है जी? 5.63 लाख करोड़। किसी का बकाया नहीं है, मगर पैसा भी नहीं है देने के लिए। वो आएगा जुलाई से, आने के बाद वो भी हम देंगे, मगर पैसा नहीं दिया। पर्टिकुलरली बीजेपी शासन जहां नहीं है उनको नहीं दे रहे, हम बैठ रहे हैं उसके साथ। भैया कहां है पैसा, दिखाओ। जो मैं इधर रख के बैठ रही हूं, डेटा दे रही हूं जी। आप एक बार चाहिए तो किसी सीएजी से भी बात करिए, मालूम है ना, डिजिटल है जी, डिजिटल है। मैं रख नहीं सकती हूं, आप आरोपी नहीं लगा सकते हैं। डिजिटल है तो आरोपी नहीं लगाओ, आपको भी समझ में आएगा। डिजिटल है,
प्लीज
डिजिटल है, आरोप लगाने वाले भी सोच समझ करके आरोप लगाओ। तीसरी, थर्ड सर,
आपकी कोई बात रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जा रही है। जो
रनिंग कमेंट्री का भी जवाब दे पाएंगे आज रनिंग कमेंट्री को भी देऊंगी जी जवाब। हाँ, ये नहीं है कि बोल करके चली जाना, रिकॉर्ड में आ गया जवाब नहीं मिले, नहीं, आज हर एक का जवाब मिलेगा।
प्लीज
रनिंग कमेंट्री को देना ही नहीं पड़ता।
मिस्टर हुसैन, प्लीज हुसैन, प्लीज डू नॉट डू इट।
डेप्यूटी चेयरमैन सर,
प्लीज, ये आप तय नहीं करेंगे। प्लीज बैठ जाइए, प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए। आपकी कोई बात रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जा रही, आप अनऑथराइज्ड वे में बोल रहे हैं। प्लीज फॉलो द रूल्स, प्लीज, नो, यू हैव टू फॉलो द रूल्स। प्लीज बैठिए, अब प्लीज बैठिए। हर क्षण हर बात में जवाब मांगते हैं आप। बीच में डिस्टर्ब मत क्या करिए, अदरवाइज आई विल फोर्स टू टेक योर नेम। बीच में डिस्टर्ब न करें
सर। रूल के हिसाब से जवाब देना ही पड़ेगा, मैं भी मानती हूं, मगर जो खड़े होकर के आपके अनुमति से बात करते हैं उनको देना ही पड़ता है, रनिंग कमेंट्री को नहीं। ये स्पष्ट रहे सर। सर, टोटल यूटिलाइजेशन, तीसरे एग्जाम्पल, मैंने पहले एग्जाम्पल दिया हेल्थ और एजुकेशन सेस का, दूसरी कॉम्पनसेशन सेस का, तीसरी दे रही हूं जो बहुत ही मशहूर है, पॉपुलर है, सबको उसके ऊपर ध्यान रहता है, सेंट्रल रोड एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेस। रोड एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेस, इसका पहले फॉर्मर नेम वाज सेंट्रल रोड सेस। इट इज एक्सपेक्टेड टू बी 11.32 lakh crores as against the collection of 11.37 lakh crores. मतलब from 2010-11 to 22-23, from when the cess has been imposed, 2010-11 to 22-23 आने वाले साल को भी इंक्लूड करते हुए 11.37 lakh crores से collection, और it is expected to utilize 11.32 lakh crores. इस सेस को कैसे उपयोग करते हैं सर? It is being utilized to create infrastructure such as road, railways, drinking water, health, telecom, etc. एक जगह पर उपयोग करते हैं क्या? नहीं, पूरे देश में उपयोग करते हैं, हर प्रांत में उपयोग करते हैं, हर रीजन में उपयोग करते हैं। आजकल हर राज्य में जहां डेवलपमेंट कम है, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी उपयोग करते हैं। इसीलिए ये सेंट्रल रोड एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेस का भी स्टेट्स के द्वारा ही हर पैसा उनके यहां पहुंचता है। सो सरचार्ज, सेस, इसका उपयोग भी, मैं सेस और सरचार्ज का भी बोल रही हूं, स्टेट के पास जाता है, स्टेट्स में उपयोग में आता है, स्पेसिफिकली जिस कारण कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, जिस नाम पर कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, उस नाम पर खर्च भी होता है सेस और सरचार्ज का। I hope Amar Patnaik ji is able to get a complete answer on this issue which he raised. Sir, member Vishambar Prasad Nishad ji, I'm not sure if he's here, but I'll still mention.
Yes, he's here. Here. Vishwambar ji hai, please.
Oh, okay. Sir, उनका एक concern था sir कि GST. Oh yes, I couldn't see the lal topi. GST on bicycles, sir, is higher at 18%. वो उनका वरी था कि बाइसाइकिल जैसे आम जनता यूज करने वाले एक चीज के ऊपर 18%. As against, sounds sensational, but he said it, as against GST rate which is very low for diamonds. कहने में अच्छा सेंसेशनल लगता है, बिल्कुल मैं मानती हूँ सेंसेशन लगता है, मगर सेंसेशन ही है. Bicycle attract a concessional GST rate at 12% and not 18% as mentioned by the member. 18% नहीं है, 12% है. मगर डायमंड्स के रेट सर जीएसटी काउंसिल ने 0.25% लगाया because majority value added and cut and polished in India, which is a big job provider. शक्ति सिंह जी को मालूम है पूरे गुजरात, सूरत और बहुत सारे इलाके में इतने छोटे छोटे यूनिट्स में ये कारोबार चलता है, लाखों से संख्या में लोग काम रोजगार मिलता है उधर. और पूरे ये डायमंड्स कट एंड पॉलिश होने के बाद एक्सपोर्ट में चले जाता है. और एक्सपोर्ट में टैक्स कोई एक्सपोर्ट करते नहीं है हम. Even if you lay a tax on something, when you send it as an export, that is drawn back. The duty is drawn back. So there is no tax burden shifted to the buyer somewhere outside. So no export carries any tax. So this export, particularly because it's providing huge jobs, employment, the higher GST, which was indicated by Nishad ji, would only mean that you will crack down on the units, make them unviable, and जो jobs मिल रहा है लोग को लाखों की संख्या में वो सब चले जाएगा. So उसके पीछे एक लॉजिक है. Sir, I can't see Sukhendu Shekhar Roy ji, but Nadimul Haq ji is here, so I'm sure he'll take that response to him. He was worried about, and I'm equally with him on this, it's a very sensitive matter on which we have, I remember from 2019 budget making one or the other provision so that this scourge is removed from our society. Allocation for manual scavenging has been reduced to mere 5 crores is what he felt. That's not right, sir. Allocation for self-employment and rehabilitation using machines and robots for those who want to be there, no compulsion on anybody, has been raised, and it is at 70 crores, and that is in the budget of 22-23 as against 43.31 crores in the last year's budget. So actually more needs to be supported to them as and when there is any demand. That is part of our stand-up program also at the district levels. Also on the midday meal and ICDS, it was felt that the expenditure is very low. That's also not true. Expenditure on midday meal is estimated to be somewhere at 9,418 crore as against 10,234 crores of the earlier. This is 92% of the RE itself, not the BE. So we have not reduced on that as well. Then less than 1% of GDP, he says, on education. Adequate allocation has been made, and for the first time, and I remember the education minister recognizing the fact, Dharmendra Pradhan ji, that 22-23 education budget has actually crossed 1 lakh. It is 1.04 lakh crores for education, 18% increase from the last time, sir. Similarly, for women and child, so Member Shukendu Shekhar Roy can be convinced about what has been given for social sector and particularly for education. So, Member Vijay Sai Reddy Garu had spoken about GST on insurance products. I just want to say very clearly that at present, goods and services tax on health insurance service is levied at a standard rate which is 18%. But I want to underline the fact for the notice of all members that specific health insurance schemes catering to the needs of economically weaker sections, health insurance for economically weaker sections of the society and for the differently abled people, Divyang log ke liye, those schemes, I will read it out: Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, Universal Health Insurance Scheme, Jana Arogya Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Niramaya Health Insurance Scheme are all fully exempt from GST. So, economically weaker section के लिए जो schemes है insurance scheme और differently able people के लिए जो insurance schemes है उसमें GST लगता नहीं है, बिल्कुल लगता नहीं है. So, I just want to make sure this message is clear before us. So, quite a few people have raised questions that middle class has not received anything, will you not do anything for that, and so on. But several steps which are aimed at middle class, making ease of living for middle class, have been done over two budgets, 2020, 21 budget and also the 23 budgets actually. I wouldn't want to go through the details. More than 10 different measures were taken during the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. The interest on interest was refunded, extensions have been given, also moratorium was brought in. At the same time, statutory PF contributions have all, both employers and employees, were taken up by Government of India. TDS rates for all non-salaried payment to residents and tax collected at source reduced by 25% for specific rates. And also the Swamin Fund was created so that completion of long outstanding middle class and affordable income household projects are cleared. That itself took specifically 24,000 crores, slightly over 24,000. Till now, 4,000 housing units annually were being completed. Now 10,000 housing units are being completed every year. For the past 1 year, it has been so, and it will continue to be so. So we have aimed at completing 10,000 housing units for the next 3 to 4 years. All these are aimed at the middle class, sir. And also differential between the circle rate and agreement value rates in real estate income tax under 43, section 43CA of the IT Act is increased from 10 to 20%, which is in favor of the middle class. This is for primary sale of residential units up to 2 crores, and consequential relief has also been provided up to 20%, and all this is being allowed for buyers of these units. Budget 21 also had a lot of provisions. I'm not getting into the detail, but I'm quite happy to share it with those members who particularly want to know about middle class, what we've done. There are quite a few things. I wouldn't want to take the time of the House on this. So Manoj Jaji had raised a little concern saying global indices, where is India? Our position is bad. And he quoted two of them, Global Hunger Index and another inequality report. I just want to draw his attention that it's all right to quote those two. Seems like cherry picking for me, but there are others which I want to also equally highlight. And even on those two, at least on the Global Inequality report, the entire methodology is questionable. Because when he talks about when the report talks about asset liability data being used when it is the question of the wealth of the rich, whereas when you're talking of the poor and you want to compare their level of well-being, just the liability is being taken and bank account and other things are just being looked at only for cursory sake. So the matrix is not the same. So to take a flawed inequality report and to talk about India's position based on that is not acceptable. Whereas ease of doing World Bank report, we were in 142, now we are on 63. Access to electricity, we were on 99, today we are on 26. Global competitiveness report, World Economic Forum, we were on 71, now we are on 43. Global Innovation Index, we were on 76, now we are on 46. And all this I'm talking about 2014. Logistic Performance Index, we were on 54, today we are on 44. So I would humbly submit to our member, Manoj Jhaji, that please, yes, we have to benchmark ourselves with global standards, but take everything on board, not just one which is suitable for our narrative. Social sector budget is another issue on which Manoj Jhaji has spoken. I think this budget, particularly post the pandemic, we have taken quite a few measures so that education, particularly for children who have lost it for last 2 years because they couldn't access, have all been given one class, one TV through PME Vidya, and also support, financial support which is being provided for farmers belonging to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes has been enhanced. Har Ghar Nal Se Jal, 8.7 crores, 8.7 crores is the current coverage. Of this, 5.5 crore households were provided tap water in the last 2 years itself. I mentioned this in the budget. 60,000 crore allocation has been made, and that is with an aim of covering 3.8 crore households in this year 22-23. So like this, there are several, even PM Awas Yojana. 80 lakh houses will be completed for the identified eligible beneficiaries, for which 48,000 crores is already allocated. So I just want to highlight that the social sector has not been forgotten. So there has been a lot of interest on virtual digital assets. Several members spoke about it. I just want to put on the record some of the observations which will help clarify very many members who raised the questions on it. Virtual digital assets, sir, has been broadly defined to include any information or code or number or even a token providing a digital representation of value which can be generated through cryptographic means or otherwise. It's broad definition. Since virtual digital assets do not only include crypto, but also other assets such as non-fungible tokens, about which I do recall former finance minister of Bihar very often speaks about NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and they can be generated in very many different ways. The definition has been kept wide and not limited to those generated through cryptographic means alone. That is, it is not limited to crypto assets alone. To clear any confusion on the matter, the central government can also notify which virtual digital asset would not be taxed as virtual digital asset. Also, it can exclude any asset which is not required to be there. So it's very clearly taking it in a very calibrated fashion. So to track the VDA transactions, TDS of 1% has been introduced, and further through the finance bill, power is sought to be delegated to CBDT to issue guidelines from time to time so that for removal of any difficulty in implementing the TDS provisions. So tax exemption limit, again a matter about middle class not being given. I think this issue has been addressed several times for the benefit of Member Vijayasai Reddy who asked that question. It's very well laid out that those individuals have income of 5 lakh or less pay no income tax at all due to the rebate which is available. Even those who have income higher than the 5 lakh take a benefit of tax saving schemes and reduce their income to less than 5 lakh and pay no tax. So thus, this policy benefits a large number of middle class taxpayers. Further, I also want to say that the individuals who do not want to take benefit of tax saving schemes, exemptions of any sort, have an option which we've given in 2020 for a new concessional parallel scheme which has reduced tax rate than the old regime in which exemptions are provided. So for reduced tax rates, one can always move to this area. So also this question was raised about section 147, wherein reason to believe is the expression on which there was a lot of question raised. Reason to believe has been removed, and by this, what have you achieved is a question which some members raised. I just want to clarify on that. Reason to believe has been removed as it was leading to a lot of litigations. It has been a conscious effort, sir, to reduce litigation. However, this omission does not mean that there are no checks or on the assessing officer, power to reopen the assessments and so on. So, omitting this phrase last year, we enacted a new procedure which provides an opportunity to taxpayer to explain how he has correctly filed his tax return. So now this is more stringent and this is far more clearer, so the possibility of litigation is far lesser now. So again, I seek your indulgence. I need to go into a bit of a detail. Former Finance Minister Sri P. Chidambaram had raised a lot of questions. I'd like to respond to them one by one. Sir, he had raised this question on the capital expenditure which was mentioned in the budget. Capital expenditure, as per the BE of 21-22 of this year, is 5.54 lakh crores. And as per the RE of 21-22, the year ending now, is 6.03 lakh crores. The budget transparently actually discloses that the RE 21-22 estimates include that capital infusion which is made into Air India Asset Holding Company and loans to Air India for settlement of the past guaranteed and sundry liabilities not backed by assets, those liabilities which are not backed by assets amounting to 51,917 crores. This was mentioned in the budget, and we've been absolutely upfront and transparent in saying asterisk, footnotes, this 51,917 goes to Air India Asset Holding Company, which the former Finance Minister recognizes that I put it in the footnote, but questions as to how that become a capital expenditure, how that can be treated as capital expenditure. I'll address that, sir. But before that, as regards, therefore, the capital expenditure target which was set in the 21-22, the current year's budget estimate, sir, you have not reached the capital expenditure target. You've put this into that account, but you have not reached the target. I would like to say, sir, if I exclude this 51,917 crore, I've actually reached 5.51 lakh crores of my BE capital expenditure. I have actually reached, of the 5.54 lakh crores, I've reached 5.51 lakh crores target that is fixed, just marginally short. But then, the treatment of this 51,917 being questioned by the former finance minister is what I want to answer now. Sir, accounting principle treats loans to any CPSC or loans to states are all treated as capital expenditure. This is an accounting principle. I have not brought into it. I'm sure he would know it. It just slipped his mind. So, loans and equities to CPSEs as capital expenditure is not uncommon. For instance, and this is important, for instance, in 2011-12, Government of India made equity infusion into this very same Air India. 2011-12, Government of India made equity infusion into Air India of 1,200 crores. In the RE of 2012-13, and again in BE of 13 and 14 as well. And in BE of 2013-14, again to the Air India, equity support of 6,000 crores and 5,000 crores respectively were given. वो capital expenditure था sir, तब भी वो capital expenditure है, अब भी वो capital expenditure है. To raise a question saying, how did you include this in the capital expenditure? By including it, you thought you actually not reached it, you have not met the target, but because you have not met the target, you wanted to add this, which is not to be included, was his argument. But I'm sorry, when you gave it in 11 and 12 to this very same Air India, it was capital expenditure, and I say that. And I'm saying that even now what I've given at 51,917 crore is capital expenditure. At least I've said it openly and put it in the footnote also saying I've done this. So, often these supports were provided to CPSEs, central government's public service sector undertakings, to clear their liabilities. Honorable members may be informed, but I would like to take this opportunity to say, yes, capital expenditure, the treatment as per the accounting principle is that this is capital expenditure. But it also accepts that some of these amounts, not entirely everything, but some of these amounts could be used for clearing the liabilities, including employee cost and VRS and so on, then and now. Then it was utilized for that purpose somewhat, and now it may be utilized somewhat for that purpose. So even medical benefits are also used. But when it is given to a CPSE or when it is given to a state government as loan, it is under the category of capital expenditure. So I want to make that very, very clear, sir. So the same principle holds for the second issue which Honorable former Finance Minister raised, saying you're giving 1 lakh crore to the states for them to spend on capital expenditure. They'll have to be running from pillar to post to raise this loan. I'm not exactly using the words, but he said somewhat something like this. No. Center is giving it to the states, interest-free, 50 years, saying you please use it for capital expenditure. So, through that we expect that assets will be created. So, to be clear, accountancy principle, economic principle and real terms, this is capital expenditure. Former Finance Minister, I would like to say it, he is not here, but I'm sure the message will reach him. So, 1 lakh crore provided to the states is being provided for states to spend on creating assets. It is interest-free.
Please sit down. Please,
It is
Anilji, please.
interest-free.
Please, you continue. Please, you continue, please. You continue.
All right. If
No,
you
no, please,
allow,
you continue. Please, Anilji. Please, Anilji. I'm not allowing you. I'm not allowing you, please. Please sit down. Please sit. Please sit. Please sit. You continue.
thank you.
Nothing will go on record. Only
I yield.
ministers will. No, please you continue. No, please you continue. Please, Manya Mantri ji. Manya Mantri ji. Manya Mantri ji. Please you sit down. No, I will not allow. No. Manya Mantri ji. You continue, please.
Sir,
No.
this money given to the states, sir,
After, no, please. Please sit down. You continue, please. You continue, please. मंत्री जी की स्पीच केवल रिकॉर्ड में जाएगी. Nothing will go on record.
That we know, sir, that
this money which is being given
I will
to
allow.
the states,
No, I will try to. Please, you are a senior member. Please sit down. Please sit down. I am not allowing you. Please.
given to the states for
No,
50
please
years,
sit down. Please sit down.
and
Please.
this
No, I will not allow right now.
A geographical
After that, I will. Let her complete. No, please. No, please. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please.
I'm sitting down because you are standing.
Let Mantri ji complete her speech. Then I can allow. Please, you continue.
Why are you trying to become pure Mantri?
You continue.
Sir, the states, when they get this money for 50 years interest-free, they can spend it for their capital expenditure and create assets, and this is being given so that capital asset creation, capital expenditure, which is so required for the environment which is prevailing now, where recovery is important. We have given this so that every state gets an opportunity to participate in this infrastructure building through which states can add to the momentum of recovery. So then, former finance minister also moved to talk about GDP growth rate and also the inflation. He raised an issue which he did raise, if I remember correct, even when he spoke after the budget presentations, when the discussion on the budget was happening this year. He had raised this issue then, and I have answered it then, but he's raised it again, and I wish to answer it again. Budget documents shown nominal growth rate at 11.1%, he recalled. And the CA in his interview had said something that the real growth rate would be 8% for 22-23. The chief economic advisor, yes, is part of the ministry, but his report and his assessments are normally his own. The ministry keeps that report at an arm's distance, is something which all of us know, and I'm sure the party from where he comes, and he's been finance minister, he would appreciate that point. He had raised this question, therefore, that does this mean the inflation for the next financial year is going to be only 3.1%? Now, I want to address this, sir. The government is conscious of the need to balance the imperatives of growth and also make sure India's recovery post the COVID is sustained and sustainable. And the budget reflects this commitment and outlays the way forward. But the balance that I'm talking about is, whilst giving the emphasis for growth, we are also conscious of the inflation. Now, economic survey reflects an independent assessment, as I said, of the state of the economy and also the projections for the economy. The budget of 22-23, which I presented, and with today, I suppose somewhere we'll leave the closure, we'll come to the closure of discussion on it. The budget of 22-23, sir, is prepared based on the advanced estimates which are given in 21-22 and which gets published this time, which got published on 7th January 2022, which is the NSO publication. And we believe that we did not, and I'm very confident that we did not factor in the Omicron, which came immediately after the budget was presented, which began late January 22. Therefore, the GDP growth estimates for the next year are conservative. And I just want to highlight Ukraine is a new factor, no doubt. Honorable Finance Minister, former Finance Minister raised that issue also. The hike, unprecedented hike in the fuel prices is also a new challenge. However, I just want to submit before the honorable members that we take a whole year's picture when we make the budget, or whole year's picture is before us when we talk of the economy, rather than reviewing it and reassessing it on a weekly basis or even on a monthly basis. So I want to highlight that fact and also say, insofar as the inflation issue is concerned, the WPI indices is the deflator. In the deflator has been very high in the current year compared to the CPI indices. CPI as in Consumer Price Index indices. We are hopeful that the WPI indices will shrink going forward, and the deflator over the real economic growth will be lower in the next financial year. But I would want to humbly recall, and I'm not sure if Member Narendra Jadhav is here, post the submission of the budget, and at that time when the House discussed the budget, I remember the intervention Sri Narendra Jadhav ji, honorable member, made about what exactly is this deflator. It's not the CPI, it's not the WPI. Then what exactly is it? It does have CPI, it does have WPI. So to reduce this whole debate to saying, are you then telling me that your inflation calculation is only at 3.1? It was a bit disappointing, coming as it did from the former finance minister. But for the record's sake, I want to quote the words of Honorable Member Narendra Jadhav talking about the deflator, the concept of deflator. And I quote here, sir. He had said at that time, I think it was on 9th February 22, Narendra Jadhav ji, I quote him, the difference between the nominal GDP growth rate and the real GDP growth rate is not the CPI inflation, nor is it the WPI inflation. The difference between the two is actually the widest measure of inflation, called the GDP deflator. And the inflation based on the GDP deflator, which is embedded in this budget of 3.1%, is perfectly feasible. Why? I'm quoting. Why? Because I have worked out for the last 5 years, Narendra Jadhav ji says, I have worked out for the last 5 years, 5 years ending pre-COVID year of 2019-20, and it turns out that the average inflation, sorry about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
I continue, sir.
Yes.
Why? Because I have worked out for the last 5 years, 5 years ending the pre-COVID year of 1920, and it turns out that the average inflation rate based on the GDP inflator in our country is 3.15%, which is not very different from 3.1% incorporated in the present budget, unquote. So, an economist, Narendra Jadhav, member of this House, speaking on the current budget on 9th February 2022, has said this, sir, about the deflator. It might just be good for us to draw it for answering the Honorable former Finance Minister who raised that issue. Sir, he also raised, former Finance Minister also raised this question about the proportion of direct taxes and the indirect taxes as a percentage of the GDP, and he felt that because the indirect taxes proportion is higher than the direct taxes, that it is very regressive. I just want to put the facts here, sir. Yes, if indirect taxes are more than direct taxes in terms of their contribution to the GDP, it is regressive, and nobody works, at least I'm not, or none of us here, or my predecessor, Sri Arun Jaitley, none of us worked consciously to make the indirect taxes contribute more to the GDP than the direct taxes. But the facts will have to be laid before, sir. The main reason for increase in share of indirect tax, which was the case now, he conceded, I must say, former finance minister conceded now that it is coming to probably equal 5.1%, but ideally direct taxes should be more than the indirect taxes. I concede that. But I want to lay the facts before. The main reason for increase in share of indirect taxes, sir, is GST compensation cess, which is a temporary arrangement. For instance, in 21-22, RE of 21-22 includes 1.05 lakh crores on account of GST compensation cess. If we exclude this amount, from indirect taxes, then the share of indirect taxes as a percentage of GDP is less than 5%. It will be at 4.97%, compared to the 5.4% of the direct taxes. So direct taxes are higher. But of course, because of the compensation, which is a necessary step forward, we'll have to do it. Similarly, in BE 22-23, share of indirect taxes, sir, excluding the GST compensation, which is at 1.20 lakh crores, is estimated to be at 4.7% of GDP, which is lesser as compared to 5.5% of the direct taxes, which is for the forthcoming year from 1st April. So that point is well taken, sir. The one other point, which will be the last point on the... Quite a big one. No, because it's gone inside, sir. That gadget should be kept outside rather than keeping. Sir, there was a very, which I felt a bit odd, issue that former finance minister raised, saying faith in the private sector investors is being lost. Meaning he questioned, is it that the government has lost faith in the private investors? I just want to address that because it's a very important issue and our position can be explained. The pandemic created huge uncertainties, sir, that seriously impacted private sector investments. The government stepped in to fill the gap up, and create environment necessary to revive and sustain investments from the private sector. And we believe that the government and the private sector are partners in ushering development in this economy. There is no us versus them when it comes to government versus private sector. To set up private sector investments, the government has launched PLI in 14 sectors, which is expected to add additional productive capacity of over 30 lakh crores over the next 5 years. That is a way in which private sector is also being nudged to come into, spending their money in investments. And PM Gati Shakti, sir, is also one of the transformative approach, wherein about 7 different, if I may envision that as 7 different horses leading PM Gati Shakti of growth. It will pull forward the economy, leading to huge jobs and entrepreneurial skills of people, and that will itself be a great contribution from the private sector. And I had said in the budget speech that it will only help in crowding in private sector investments. Sir, I wouldn't take more time, but there are issues which former finance minister raised, and I need to address it, particularly on the finance bill. He'd commented saying, in this finance bill, there are 125 clauses, out of which 84 pertains to Income Tax Act. And then you have moved 39 government amendments. with a, I would think, a tinge of criticism, with an element of sarcasm. He said 125 clauses, of which 84 pertain to income tax, but you're bringing in 39 amendments over it. Can anyone understand? He couldn't understand, he said, but, well, I'd like to explain it now, and hopefully you'll be able to understand it better. Sir, amendments to various tax acts are regular feature of every finance bill. The amendments carried out taking into account the changes in trade and commerce, and you know for one, sir, that we have made a practice of tabling the budget and after that going around the country and talking with people in the intermission. And when the parliament resumes, we come back to deal with the reply and also the standing committees and the demand for grants which have been debated in the House for various departments and ministries. Then we take it up, and therefore at that stage, if we think we need to bring in amendments, we don't hesitate, and therefore this time 39 amendments. I just want to say, sir, these changes are not happening for the first time. Former finance minister would, I'm sure, remember that in Finance Act 2009, there were 117 sections, which is what he refers to as clauses, because when a bill is passed, the sections, clauses become sections. So we are talking about the same things. So where he said 125 clauses, out of which 84 pertain to income tax, you bringing 39 amendments, I just want to draw the example of Finance Act 2009. There were 117 sections, out of which 84 belong to direct taxation. Very comparable. In the Finance Acts of 2012, there were 156 sections minus 125, that was 156. Out of which 113 belong to direct taxes. So comparable, sir. So why is when this government, Modi's government presented something becomes a matter of, I don't know. So government amendments are concerned, this, so far as government amendments are concerned, sir, this is because we, as I said, consult the stakeholders, come back, and if necessary, improve on it by bringing in further amendments. That is why 39 amendments have been brought in. So moving on to the issue of charities. He said amendments are being brought in, very welcome to bring in changes, but 8 pages of amendments, he questioned that. There is a section 1023C, where amendments are done along with amendments in section 11, 12, 12A, 12AB, all these amendments cripple the charitable activity. This was an observation made by the former finance minister, that these amendments will cripple the charitable activities. They would prefer to pay tax rather than comply with these provisions. I'm sure many of the members can recall. He did say that people will say, take my tax and leave me free. But I just want to say in response, there are 2 regimes, sir, when you're dealing with the charities. One is the section 1023C. Vijay Sai Reddy Garu is here, who is a chartered accountant. He can also vouch for it. And other is the section 11 and 12. There were complexities in the 2 regimes, and as a result of which, even for a small violation, entire receipt of the taxpayer was being taxed on gross basis. There is this, whether it should be treated as gross or net. What we have done, and this was causing a lot of hardship and leading to a lot of litigation, therefore the amendments have been moved so that both the regimes are brought at par. They can be treated equally. Now consistency has been brought into the 2 regimes. Amendments have also been moved to provide clarity in taxation. At present, there are conditions which have to be satisfied for claiming these exemptions. These conditions are not new and have been there for a long time. But there was a lack of clarity, and it is that clarity which we've brought in here. So I think what is being done now is done keeping in mind that the assessees are not put to trouble. Ambiguities don't lead to litigation. So instead of making it, as though it is crippling the trust, it's actually welcomed. In fact, during the intermission when we went around the country, people did welcome. I don't know which are the chartered accountants who have told the former minister that this is complicating, this is going to cripple, whereas chartered accountants who met me have said, welcome move, it will bring clarity. So also on the accreted income, that it is regressive and it is a burdensome provision. No, I'm sorry, I would like to say this. For example, sir, this is about charities and hospitals. I hope members are able to keep in, following the detailed narrative that I'm giving. It's only because issues have been raised, I would want to make this. I'll take this opportunity to explain. I won't take much more time, sir. The concept of accreted income was first introduced in 2016. This year, it has been made applicable to both the regimes. For example, sir, if there is a charitable hospital which converts into a non-charitable hospital and there are no tax consequences for this conversion, the hospital will make advantage of these provisions and accumulate wealth for their personal benefit at the cost of the poor people who come to these hospitals for treatment and on whose name tax benefits are given. So, for example, there is a charitable hospital which receives donations and to be applied for as charity. It builds more and more hospitals from the donations received. The assets have been created out of public money exempted of tax. Now, it decides to convert into commercial hospital. Will it be fair, therefore, for us to leave it without, taxing them for personal gains? So that is the answer for the accreted income, which is an issue raised by the former finance minister. There are also issues about faceless assessment, which is questioned, and I think most of the taxpayers I have interacted with are very happy that the faceless assessment has now removed the element of discretion leading to corruption, and this many of them have felt should continue. And I remember Honorable Finance Minister, former Finance Minister, saying assessment units, technical units, and review units. How many units? People, assessee doesn't go from one unit to another, sir. He sits at his home, sends his reply. The system moves it to different units so that there is fairness, there is transparency, there is no discretion. So it is not a burden to the taxpayer. The system does it. Yes, there are 3 silos through which it goes. So I want to assure, sir, that there is no element of harassment of the people who are assessees. There were issues of language also, sir, but I won't take the House's time on it. So there was a very quick reference by some members on the BSNL. What have you done to BSNL? Other than what has not been done by us, or other than what was done earlier, I would just want to recall how this government under Prime Minister Modi has actually supported BSNL and kept it vibrant. So, voluntary retirement scheme received 30,000 crores from this government. For VRS, for BSNL and MTNL, 92,956 employees have benefited from it. Sovereign guarantee of 15,000 crores has been given to BSNL, MTNL for raising bonds. 15,000 crores have been given. Administrative allotment of spectrum to BSNL, which was not done earlier, for rollout of 4G services, which was not done earlier, have been done by us. 24,000 crores have been given by us for 5G services to be allotted on the same principle as 4G allotments. So quite a few non-core and core assets are also being reviewed for monetization. So BSNL is getting a treatment which it had not had, and as a result of which it had suffered. So I'm tempted to talk about the oil prices. The story has been said in this House earlier. Just one line will probably explain it. We are dealing with a situation which is arising out of the global war-like situation. The war has been raging for a long time. You have not raised it at that time. Now you're raising it. Absolutely untrue, sir. The disruption and a resultant increase in price of the global oil and also disruption to supply are all happening since a couple of weeks ago, and we are responding to it. Various steps have been taken by the government. But let me remind this House that taxpayers of today are paying for the subsidy which was dished out to the consumers more than a decade ago in the name of oil bonds, and they will continue to pay for the next 5 years as the redemption of the bonds continue till 2026. So that burden is also on us now for the benefits given apparently through the oil bonds raised 10 years ago. So I would like to put that on record. Allegations were made that even Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji had raised oil bonds. I just want to put the number in context. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji's government had raised bonds. The bonds issued were for 9,000 crores, and they were one-time action rather than a continuous policy. Whereas there is a huge difference in the magnitude between 9,000 crores, which was one time, that had to be repaid on account of Vajpayee ji's government's oil bonds, and the more than 2 lakh crores, which was raised during the UPA's oil bonds, which is getting paid even now. So, funding oil at a higher cost has an honest way of doing it and a way in which you just book it on somebody else and some other government keeps paying for it. We have not done that, sir. So I want to just highlight that and the way in which inflation is being kept under control. There are data to prove how the pulse inflation was high, meaning dal wala, which was running to 100% above the points, and the way in which we are handling it. One last point, members not here, but I would like to say, आम आदमी पार्टी का बजट देख लीजिए, उससे अब पता चलेगा कि कैसे अच्छा बजट बनाना. सर, जिस राज्य का, मैं किसी राज्य का कम दिखाती नहीं हूं, मगर सच बोलना है. उस बजट से अगर मैं सीखना चाहिए तो मेरा पुलिस का बजट किसी और के हाथ में रहता, मेरा डिफेंस के पास बजट कोई और भरता, और मेरे लिए किसान का कुछ भी बजट करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. आई डोंट हैव अ फार्म बजट, आई डोंट हैव एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ पुलिस, आई डोंट हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ डिफेंस ऑफ दिस कंट्री. फिर बजट बनाना आसान है सर. और ऊपर से हम रोजाना भारत देश में जितने भी पत्रिकाएं हैं और न्यूज़पेपर हैं, उसमें फ्रंट पेज का पूरे पेज का एडवर्टाइजमेंट नहीं करते. वो बजट का अगर वो पैसा बच जाते हैं, उस पैसा भी दिल्ली के पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल के लिए उपयोग में आता. मगर उसको भी मैं सीखना है क्या? एडवर्टाइजमेंट का अलग बजट जो जितना है उसको भी देखना चाहिए, ना कि इधर आकर के हमें लेक्चर सुनाना कि इधर से सीख लो, उधर से सीख लो, मेरा बजट देख लो. आपके बजट पुलिस का खर्च नहीं है, आर्मी का खर्च नहीं है, केंद्र सरकार देखभाल करती है आपका, किसान का बजट नहीं है. बजट अच्छा ही है सर. फिर सो थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर हैविंग गिवन
थैंक यू
मी
मंत्री जी.
द टाइम.
अनिल देसाई जी.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. And with all due respect to, I tried to intervene, but I could understand I was disturbing your flow and you just didn't ill. But all the same, my question was, I needed a clarification. So this is a provision of 51,000 crore, which has been taken as a capital expenditure and shown accordingly, and which was raised by Honorable former Finance Minister Chidambaram ji. I wanted to know clearance of liabilities, and that too of varied natures, which has been mentioned and even mentioned by Nirmala ji.
that liabilities of varied nature and Air India being no more state-owned company where the share of Indian government has gone down. It should have been shown in a different column. It goes into under the line of loan and certainly not capital expenditure. Capital expenditures means creation of a tangible asset. Yes. I mean, which is absolutely not there. And one more, this thing is regarding the inflation. Regarding the inflation, what the Honorable Finance Minister has said, that CPI, that Consumer Price Index and Wholesale Price Index, the index goes back to 10 years. I mean, it is not revised. So naturally, inflation, whatever is being mentioned or whatever way it is being taken into account, that gives a false picture. And GDP, nominal GDP and real GDP definitely has something which I need clarification.
Now we move. I shall first put the No, please. I shall first put motion regarding consideration of appropriation bill 2022 to vote. The question is that appropriation bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha to be taken into consideration. Those in favor will say, please say aye. Those against will say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. The clause 2 to 4 and the schedule stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The clause 2 to 4 and the schedule are adopted. Clause 1 enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor may please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The clause 1 enacting formula and the title are adopted. Now, Mantri ji, that bill to be returned.
Sir, I move that the bill be returned.
The motion moved that the bill will be returned. The question is that the bill be returned. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The bill is returned. Now I shall put motion regarding consideration of the Finance Bill 2022 to vote. Question is that the Finance Bill 2022 is passed by the Lok Sabha to be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. 2 to 126 and the 1st to 9th schedules stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The clause 2 to 126, the 1st to 9th schedules are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. The clause 1 enacting formula and the title are adopted. Now, Manya Mantri ji, to move that bill to be returned.
So I move that the bill be returned.
Motion moved that the bill be returned. The question is that the bill be returned. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it, ayes have it, ayes have it. Bill is returned. Now we will take up next bill. Sri Arjun, the Constitution's Scheduled Caste and the Scheduled Tribe Order Amendment Bill 2022. Now Sri Arjun Munda to move for the consideration of Constitution Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Order Amendment Bill 2022.
आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति आदेश संशोधन विधेयक 2022 को आज विचार में लाया जाए। इस संबंध में हमने सदन को अवगत कराया है कि सदन इस पर विचार करे। अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में क्रम संख्या 3 पर सूचीबद्ध भोक्ता को विलोपित करना, अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में पुरान के तौर पर नई प्रविष्टि को शामिल करना तथा अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में क्रम संख्या 16 में भोक्ता देशवारी, गंजू, दौलतबंदी, पटबंदी, राउत, मझिया, खैरी को खरवार के पर्यायवाची रूप में प्रविष्ट के तौर पर शामिल करना एवं अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में क्रम संख्या 24 में मुंडा के पर्यायवाची के रूप में तमड़िया को शामिल करना। यह विषय हमने प्रस्तुत किया है, इस पर चर्चा का आग्रह करता हूँ।
फर्स्ट स्पीकर, क्योंकि 1 घंटे का समय इसके लिए अलॉट हुआ है, फर्स्ट स्पीकर श्री समीर। नो मोशन मूड हो गया, माननीय मंत्री जी बोले मोशन मूड। Member desire to speak to me, so after which minister will reply. Shri Narendra Bhai Rathwa.
Sorry.
Naval, he is no.
उपाध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे इस संविधान SC/ST ऑर्डर अमेंडमेंट बिल 2022 के ऊपर बोलने का मौका दिया है, इसलिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां और अनुसूचित जनजातियां आदेश संशोधन विधेयक 2022 झारखंड राज्य के संबंध में अनुसूचित जातियों की सूची में से भोक्ता समुदाय का लोप करने के लिए संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां आदेश 2050 तथा झारखंड राज्य के संबंध में अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूचियों में कतिपय समुदायों को सम्मिलित करने के लिए संविधान अनुसूचित जनजातियां आदेश 1950 का और संशोधन करने के लिए यह विधेयक लाया गया है। मैं उसका स्वागत करता हूं। झारखंड राज्य की सिफारिशों के आधार पर संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां आदेश 1950 और संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां आदेश 1950 का संशोधन करने के लिए झारखंड राज्य के संबंध में अनुसूचित जाति जनजातियां की सूची को संशोधित करने का यह प्रस्ताव लाया गया है। संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां और अनुसूचित जनजातियां आदेश संशोधन 1950 विधेयक निम्नलिखित को संशोधित करने का प्रस्ताव करता है। 1. भोक्ता समुदाय का प्रविष्ट 3 में वर्णित अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची से लोप करके संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां आदेश 1950 की अनुसूची के भाग क 6 को झारखंड। और दूसरा, महोदय, संविधान अनुसूचित जनजातियां आदेश 1950 की सूची का भाग 12वां झारखंड, जिससे निम्नलिखित को शामिल किया जा सके। 1. प्रविष्ट 16 में भोक्ता देशवारी, गंजू, दोतलबंदी, पटबंदी, राउत, माझिया और खेरी समुदाय को शामिल करना है। पर प्रतिविष्ट 16 में भोक्ता देशवारी, जंगू, दोतलबंदी, पटवारी, राउत, माझिया, खेरी और समुदाय को अंदर शामिल करना है। प्रविष्ट 24 में तमारिया तमड़िया समुदाय को और प्रविष्ट 32 में पुरान समुदाय और विधेयक पूर्वोक्त उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति के लिए लाया गया है। महोदय, संविधान शेड्यूल कास्ट शेड्यूल ट्राइब ऑर्डर अमेंडमेंट बिल 2022 7 फरवरी 2022 को राज्यसभा में पेश किया गया था। इस विधेयक का मकसद झारखंड में भोक्ता समुदाय
को अनुसूचित जाति की सूची से हटाना और वहीं की अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में कुछ समुदायों को जोड़ना भी है। ऐसी मांग राज्य सरकार की ओर से बार बार उठाने के बाद भी काफी देरी हुई है। झारखंड सरकार ने अपने दिनांक 2 मार्च 2012 के पत्र के माध्यम से
शांति बनाए रखें,
यह मांग उठाई गई थी। उस दौरान हमारी यूपीए सरकार थी। हम लोगों ने इस रजिस्टर जनरल ऑफ इंडिया के समक्ष इस मामलों को भेजा गया था। इस पर तेजी से काम हुआ और 18 दिसंबर 2013 तक इस प्रस्ताव का समर्थन किया था। बाद में इसे 13 जनवरी 2014 तक राष्ट्रीय अनुसूचित जनजाति आयोग को भेजा गया था, जिसने सितंबर 2014 तक उसे मंजूरी दे दी, लेकिन इसके बाद लगातार देरी होती रही और ये भाजपा सरकार में इस कैबिनेट की मंजूरी कहीं 25 मई 16 को मिल गई थी। बाद में 14 दिसंबर 2016 को लोकसभा में एक बिल पेश किया गया था, लेकिन उसे चर्चा के लिए नहीं लिया गया था। इस तरह 2019 में लोकसभा में भंग होने के बाद बिल लैप्स हो गया था। 7 साल से बीजेपी इस मांग को अनसुना करती रही, जबकि औपचारिकताओं पूरा करने के बाद इसमें कोई ऐसी बाधा नहीं थी। यह बात साबित करती है कि दलितों और आदिवासियों के लिए ये आपको कितनी चिंता है, ये बताता है। आज हालत यह है कि गरीबी से जुड़े रहे कमजोर तबके के लाखों लोग शिक्षा और रोजगार में अधिक से अधिक आरक्षण मांग कर रहे हैं। हमें पता है कि इस मामले में रजिस्ट्रार जनरल ऑफ इंडिया (RGI) और राष्ट्रीय अनुसूचित जनजाति आयोग (NCST) की मंजूरी में काफी समय लगता है, लेकिन जब ये काम भी हो गया तो इतनी ज्यादा प्रशासनिक स्तर पर देरी करना और कई समुदायों की परेशानियों को नजरअंदाज करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। ऐसे विधेयकों के मामले में विपक्ष कोई अवरोध नहीं डालने वाला है। हम लोग कमजोर तबकों से जुड़े मामलों में सहयोग हमेशा करते रहे हैं और करते आए हैं। आखिर में मैं यह कहना चाहूँगा कि इस मामले में सरकार अपना नजरिया बदले और इस राज्यों में ऐसी कई लंबित मांगे हैं, इन पर भी तेजी से विचार किया जाए, क्योंकि यह विधेयक केवल इस राज्य की चिंताओं को दूर करता है और इन बिल के अंदर जो समुदायों को SC में से ST कैटेगरी में लाने का है, ये बिल बहुत अच्छा है। मैं उसका समर्थन भी करता हूँ, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगा कि कुछ राज्यों में माननीय मंत्री महोदय को मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि झारखंड के अंदर, उत्तराखंड के अंदर, हमारे गुजरात के अंदर हम आपसे मिले भी थे, तो ऐसी बहुत जातियां हैं जो कुछ OBC में डाल दिया है, जो ST है। ऐसी झारखंड में भी और जातियां हैं, उसकी फाइल भी आपके पास आ गई है, लेकिन इस विधेयक के अंदर दूसरी ऐसी जातियां को लाया नहीं गया है। तो जो बाकी जातियां हैं उसको भी लाने का कष्ट करें और अमेंडमेंट बिल लाके जो भी ऐसी जातियों को, समुदाय को बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो रहा है शिक्षा में, रिजर्वेशन में, नौकरियों में, तो ये भी लाने की कृपा करे। इसी बात के साथ मैं आपको धन्यवाद देते हुए समाप्त करता हूं।
धन्यवाद। इस बिल पर डिस्कशन आगे कंटिन्यू रहेगा। अब मैं स्टेटमेंट बाय मिनिस्टर श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी। कॉपी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करा दिए कर रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं। Yes,
Respected Vice Chairman, sir, there is a good news for the people of the country. As you all know, regarding establishment of WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar, Gujarat, the Director General WHO, in the presence of Honorable Prime Minister of India, had announced the establishment of Global Center for Traditional Medicine in India on the occasion of the 5th Ayurveda Day on 13th November 2020. On 9th,
please. Let me do.
Yes.
Please.
On 9th March 2022, the Union Cabinet approved signing and ratification of the host country agreement between the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India and the World Health Organization for the establishment of WHO GCTM to be located at Jamnagar, Gujarat. On 25th March 2022, the host country agreement has been signed by the Secretary Ayush, Government of India and Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General WHO at WHO headquarters Geneva, Switzerland, in a formal event hosted by WHO. So this is a great news for the practitioners, healers and the stakeholders of the Ministry of Ayush as well as the Ayush industry. The traditional system of medicine has not only won the heart of the people of the country, but also has won the heart of the people of the world. This is a great achievement of the government headed by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, and I believe this House should appreciate and especially thanks our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji for this outstanding achievement for the people of the country. Thank you.
Mantri. Clarification. Yes. Jairam ji.
ये सब पहले छप चुका है, अखबार में आ चुका है कि क्या लाने की क्या जरूरत थी ये स्टेटमेंट? इसमें नई बात क्या है? स्टेटमेंट की क्या नई बात है? बताइए।
आप रख। Yes.
There is a small clarification come suggestion. I am in sync with what Jairamji said, but however, when we thank Honorable Prime Minister, we must also thank all the people who are involved in this, all the stakeholders who have been involved in this. That would have made it much more a better example for us.
Vinay mention in the statement.
एक साथ ही आप कर दीजिएगा. Vinay Vishwam.
I have two observations. One is that don't make it a political issue. Forget about the elections to come in many states. But still, I believe this is a good step. But I may call the House attention to the fact that Kerala is the ancestral home of traditional medicines in the country. Kerala.
Yes.
And Kottakkal is the place from where it has emerged and went to all over the world.
Yes.
So I request the government to think seriously about starting a satellite center of the center in Kerala at Kottakkal.
Thank you, Vinay Vishwam. Manya Mantri ji.
At the time of...
Please.
Respected Vice Chairman, sir, as you know, the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India is taking all the important aspect of Ayush, that is Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Sohadikpa, Yoga, Naturopathy and Homeopathy. So wherever we have the traditional strength and wherever there is a important aspect of its rich kind of existence, of course, Kerala has been bearing a very, very high reputation in this regard. So that is why all the part of the country has been taken into confidence, and also everyone is taking on board for the overall growth of the Ayush in the country.
Special mention, Professor Manoj Kumar Jha, please demand on the revised Central Media Accreditation Guidelines 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. My subject line...
Please lay.
Sir, it's 100 words only.
Lay kar dijiye.
It's 100 words only. I demand to revise the Central Media Accreditation Guidelines 2022. Central Media Accreditation Guidelines were published on 7 February and it has the potential to cause harm to independent and free journalism. The new guidelines mention that the accreditation will be lost if journalists act in a manner prejudicial to the country's security, sovereignty and integrity, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, decency or morality, or in any relation to the contempt of court, defamation or incitement to an offense. Journalist bodies have expressed concern that these guidelines show elements of overreaching powers and hamper critical thinking. It has also been observed that false cases of national security are often filed against media.
Mohammed Abdul. Please, Manoj ji, please. लेकर दीजिए आप.
Of non-partisan.
आप टाइटल पढ़ दीजिए बस उसका लेकर.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. In Pudukkottai town, almost 1.5 lakh people are living, and it is the district headquarters too. An overbridge construction is pending for a long time at Tirupur railway gate.
Please lay.
I just, sir, it is only 50, but it is a two decades demand, sir. I just want to address. It is a 2 decades demand. It is only 50 words.
टाइटल को आप पढ़ दीजिए, please.
Long time at Tirupur railway gate. This gate is situated at the heart of the town, beside the collector office. A temple named called Muttumariamman Kovil, which is attracts thousands of devotees from various parts of Tamil Nadu.
Dr. Kanimoji N.V. Somu.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir. Sir, I lay on the table the special mention regarding this education cess, which has not been used, 94,000 crores, which has been collected and laying just like that during the pandemic. I need kind attention on this.
श्रीमती कांता करदम जी. बस आप टाइटल पढ़ दीजिए, लेकर दीजिए. प्लीज.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय. विषय है ट्रैफिक सिग्नल पर भीख मांगने वाले बच्चों के संबंध में है.
धन्यवाद.
मैं ले करती हूँ.
डॉक्टर अशोक वाजपेयी जी.
देश में बढ़ती नशाखोरी पर चिंता के संबंध में महोदय, आपने मुझे विशेष उल्लेख के माध्यम से अविलंबनीय लोक महत्व के विषय पर बोलने का अवसर दिया. इसके लिए मैं आपका आभारी हूँ. महोदय, भारत में बढ़ते ड्रग्स के अवैध
डॉक्टर वीर शिवदासन जी.
Listening here, the institutions of union government, especially public sector companies, are conducting lot of campus interviews, but we are feeling various kind of discrimination in these interviews. When we look at the number,
sir,
1 second, sir, 1 second.
Thank you, no. Dr. Santanu Sen. Please lay. Please. Please lay.
Sir, more than 800 important drugs, essential drugs. There is going to be a price hike from April 2022, which is going to affect the common people miserably. And unlike Bengal, there
Shri Neeraj Dangi, please lay.
This is late, sir.
ये महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा सदन की पटल पर रखना चाहूंगा. जीएसटी नोटिफिकेशन 2017 के अनुसार खादी क्षेत्र में उत्पादित खादी यार्न तो जीएसटी से मुक्त है, लेकिन खादी वस्त्र केंद्रीय जीएसटी संबंधी विभागों द्वारा 5% व 12% की दर से जीएसटी जमा कराने की मांग की जा रही है. अतः खादी व खादी से बने वस्त्रों सामानों को जीएसटी की 0 दर सूची में शामिल करने का अनुरोध करता हूं.
धन्यवाद. श्री KRN Rajesh Kumar.
Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, I lay on table few words only. I request the Ministry of Education make appropriate amendment to so that all companies provide this apprenticeship training to fresh graduates and come under the National Apprenticeship Training Scheme by adopting the Apprenticeship Act 1961.
Shri Binay Viswam.
Sir, this is regarding a national legislation on domestic workers. Domestic workers are one of the most ignored and marginalized sections of workers in the country. With the lack of any concrete legislation that provides a framework for the conditions of their employment, these workers, predominantly women and also children in many cases, are left to mercy of employers. For many, the working conditions include long hours, low wages, verbal and physical abuse.
The House stand adjourned to meet at 11 hours on Wednesday, 30th March 2022.
धन्यवाद। श्री अधीर रंजन चौधरी, नो क्रॉस टॉक्स प्लीज, नो क्रॉस टॉक्स।
Sir, I rise to make a short intervention into the legislative document, which is absolutely a voluminous document consisting of 106 clauses under the nomenclature of the Chartered Accountants, the Cost and Worth Accountants, and the Company Secretaries Amendment Bill 2021. Sir, I know that there is a paucity of time, so I shall be very much brief on my deliberation. Sir, एक चीज तो मुझे ये लगता है कि we are getting wise after the event. That means एक के बाद एक फ्रॉड स्टार जब देश को लूट के भाग रहे हैं तो हम उसके पीछे पीछे भी दौड़ रहे हैं। आज आप खुद देखो कि कैरिबियन सी के बगल में बैठ के हमारे नीरव मोदी साहब हिंदुस्तान की सारे पैसा लूट करके मस्ती मना रहे हैं और वो सब हम फेसबुक पे देख रहे हैं। ये मोदी नहीं, नीरव मोदी, ये मोदी नहीं। हो सकता कोई ताल्लुकात हो भी हो, लेकिन ये अलग मोदी है, ये अलग मोदी। कोई ताल्लुकात ये नहीं, मुझे पता नहीं। तो कैरिबियन सी के किनारे बैठते हुए एक मोदी मस्ती मार रहे हैं और हमारे यहाँ दूसरे मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम कानून बना रहे हैं। मतलब यही कहना मेरा कि वी आर गेटिंग वाइज आफ्टर द इवेंट। Sir, according to the Companies Act 2013, every company has to appoint a chartered accountant or CA in order to audit its accounts. In case of certain companies, the central government can direct conduct of cost audits by cost accountants. The Companies Act 2013 also requires certain classes of companies to appoint a company secretary to ensure compliance with provision of this Act. This is the background of this Act. In India, CA, CWA, and CS are regulated according to the provision of the Chartered Accountants Act 1949, the Cost and Works Accountant Act 1959, and the Company Secretary Act 1980 respectively. The three acts provide for setting up of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. The affairs of the institutes are managed by the respective council. Sir, in recent years, India has seen several frauds and scandals. In the backdrop of a major fraud that took place during the NDA regime, Punjab National Bank in 2018, the central government set up the National Financial Reporting Authority. Under the Companies Act 2013, the NFRA is empowered to investigate matters of professional or other misconduct by chartered accountants or firms of chartered accountants. This was a move away from self-regulation of the profession of the chartered accountancy as was followed so far. Sir, I will focus on 5 issues. I will focus simply on 5 issues in regard to this legislative document. Number 1, while the bill reduces the role of the 3 professional institutes with respect to representation on the Board of Discipline and the Disciplinary Committee, it continues to rely on the councils for nominating the external members. Note that under the current framework, the external members on the Disciplinary Committee of the 3 professions are nominated by the central government independently. Under the CA Act, the central government independently nominates 1 member on the Board of Discipline. It is unclear. I would also flag the attention of this government and the concerned ministry that it is unclear how the conflict of interest between the disciplinary and administrative function will be addressed if the council continue to be involved in recommending who could be on such disciplinary entities. Number 1. Number 2, sir, The bill provides for setting up a coordination committee chaired by the Secretary of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to coordinate functions of the three institutes and align cross-disciplinary regulatory mechanism for interprofessional development. The function proposed for the coordination committee may overlap with the current mandate of the three institutes and the council. For instance, the coordination committee will ensure quality improvement in academics, research, and all related work of the institute. It will also focus on coordination and collaboration among the profession. These activities are currently undertaken by the respective council and institutes. As the three institutes also have committees for coordinating among themselves, it is still unclear as to why there is a need to set up another coordination council. So it is simply an overlapping legislative document whereby government is going to set up another coordination council as proposed under the bill. Further, the proposed coordination committee will be chaired by the Secretary of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This provision may certainly impinge on the independence of the three institutes. Sir, the bill seems to be turning the position of president in the three councils into a non-executive role. The secretaries of the respective councils are being designated as chief executive officer. However, the bill holds the respective presidents responsible for implementing the decisions taken by the council. It is unclear how the president will ensure that the decisions taken by the council are implemented when, at the same time, the secretary is proposed to carry out the administrative function of the institute as its chief executive officer. The bill seems to be separating the responsibility of the governance and execution by prescribing separate roles for the president and the secretary of the council. By holding the president responsible for implementing decision, which is an executive role, may be against the framework of separation of powers as proposed in the bill. So there is a gap between the cup. It is quietly and evidently it is manifested in this bill. There is a serious slip between the cup and the lip. Government is trying to hoodwink the people that yes, they are trying to take some proactive measures in order to stem the rot insofar as fraud and other issues are concerned. But in actuality, there is a serious flaws in the legislative document. Sir, last but not the least, the bill provides for disclosure of pending complaint or actionable information against members of the institutes and firms registered with them. For the three professions, the Board of Discipline or the Disciplinary Committee decide whether a member is guilty of an alleged misconduct. Publishing details of members or firms found guilty and imposition of any penalty may be useful information for prospective and current clients. However, recording details of actionable information or pending complaint in the register of members and register of firms before they are found guilty may adversely impact the reputation. That means chartered accountant may be called cheated accountant. So certainly we have to be very much cautious and treat the path very cautiously so as to dispel any kind of misapprehension. Sir, regulators of other professions such as doctors publish details only of those blacklisted or suspended from practice. According to National Medical Commission Act 2019, the Ethics and Medical Legislation Board and state medical councils are required to maintain the national register and state register respectively. These registers contain details such as the name, address, and all recognized qualification of licensed medical practitioner. While the Indian Medical Register contains details of doctors who have been blacklisted along with dates of suspension and revocation of suspension, it does not contain details of complaints against doctors. So, sir, again, I am reiterating that this bill may be appeared as progressive, but in actuality, but in practice, it is nothing but a retrogressive step. only to hooding the common people of our country. Sir, CA की जरूरत है, ये सब मानते हैं कि CA की जरूरत है हमारे देश में. CA की जरूरत है, स्टैंडिंग कमेटी भी माना, मल्टीपल अथॉरिटी की जरूरत है, ये भी स्टैंडिंग कमेटी माना. ये स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की भी बात नहीं सुनते, इसलिए सर, finding no alternative, I have to oppose the legislative document, and with this word, I am concluding my speech. Thank you, sir.
सभा की कार्रवाई बुधवार 30 मार्च 2022 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
Those in favor, please say aye. जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, I think the ayes have it. हवालों के पक्ष में हुआ, ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Nature and You, the Environment Series, aim is to awake and aware people to protect our environment, be it climate or wildlife crisis, depletion of ocean resources, waste management issues. Only on Sunset TV.
I appeal to all of you. मामले में महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों को उठाइए. मैं आपकी अनुमति से.
कोई सरकार इस पे विचार कर रही है.
What is important for all of us to realize is. What I want to ask the honourable minister.
What specific intervention are you doing?
पॉलिटिक्स कर देश में भेद खड़ा नहीं करना चाहिए.
सरकार इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रही है.
A report of the Department of Parliament Standing Committee. प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक पारित किया जाए.
हमारे मंत्रालय ने
6 साल में
आम जनता तक पहुंचाने की व्यवस्था है.
Itihasa specifically is used for the Mahabharata. Bori has a fantastic manuscript collection. There is a manuscript here that is more than 1,000 years old. We will learn about the Mahabharata project. We will learn about critical edition of the Mahabharata.
क्रिटिकल एडिशन ये एक बहुत अनोखी चीज़ है. जब महाभारत पे कोई अनुसंधान करे, रिसर्च करे, ऐसा लोग समझ रहे थे, तो पहला ये एक सवाल था कि ये टेक्स्ट कहाँ है. सो पीपल स्टार्टेड लुकिंग फॉर वेयर इज द मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट. कि जब महाभारत का क्रिटिकल एडिशन बनाना था तो इतने मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स आ जाते थे.
महाभारत क्रिटिकल एडिशन का जो भी पाठ है, जिसे चिकित्सित पाठ कहते हैं, वो पाठ इस कश्मीरी वर्जन से, यानी वो शारदा पांडुलिपि से बहुत ही ज़्यादा मेल खाता है.
इतिहास में इस बार देखिए डॉक्टर विवेक देबरॉय के साथ महाभारत का इतिहास, गुरुवार रात 9:30 बजे सिर्फ संसद टीवी पर.
What is India's perspective on global issue? How is India navigating its bilateral and multilateral relations? How do we decode foreign policy? And what is the impact India is having on the world? For an in-depth analysis of international affairs, watch Diplomatic Dispatch with me, Vikas Baru, only on Sansad TV.
75 बरस 75 मुकाम में आज बात आईआईटी खड़गपुर की. देश में आईआईटीज की जड़ें 1946 में गठित एनआर सरकार समिति में देखी जा सकती है, जिसने दूसरे विश्व युद्ध के बाद भारत के औद्योगिक विकास के लिए उच्च तकनीकी संस्थानों की स्थापना पर विचार किया था. इन संस्थानों की परिकल्पना अमेरिका के मैसाचुसेट्स इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की तर्ज पर की गई थी. समिति की सिफारिशों के मद्देनजर पहले भारतीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान का जन्म मई 1950 में हिजली खड़गपुर में हुआ था. हिजली स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के दौरान डिटेंशन कैंप हुआ करता था. 18 अगस्त 1951 को संस्थान को इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी का नाम दिया गया. यह संभवतः दुनिया का पहला ऐसा शैक्षणिक संस्थान था जिसने एक जेल घर से जीवन शुरू किया. यहाँ अगस्त 1951 में शुरू हुए पहले सत्र में 224 फ्रेशर और 42 शिक्षक थे. 15 सितंबर 1956 को भारतीय संसद ने आईआईटी खड़गपुर को राष्ट्रीय महत्व का संस्थान घोषित कर एक स्वायत्तता प्राप्त विश्वविद्यालय का दर्जा भी दिया. तो 1950 में एक मामूली शुरुआत से आज आईआईटी खड़गपुर लगभग 18 शैक्षणिक विभागों और 5 सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस के साथ देश की विकास धारा को पोषित कर रहा है. 2100 एकड़ में फैले इस हरे भरे परिसर में आज 15,000 से अधिक रेजिडेंट्स हैं, जिनमें लगभग 550 फैकल्टी, 1700 कर्मचारी और 9,000 छात्र हैं. और आज 75 बरस बाद देश में 23 आईआईटीज हैं जो गुणवत्ता का पर्याय बन चुकी हैं और जो 5G, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी, बिग डेटा एनालिसिस, मशीन लर्निंग और रियलिटी जैसे उन्नत तकनीकों के विकास के साथ साथ नवाचार के माध्यम से 21वीं सदी के भारत का निर्माण कर रही हैं. आईआईटीज को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तरफ से एक नया नाम मिला है, इंडियाज इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, जिन्हें दुनिया आज यूनिकॉर्न नर्सरी के स्टार्टअप के रूप में जान रही है और जिनके मेधावी छात्र तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय के दर्शन को आत्मसात कर देश दुनिया को आलोकित कर रहे हैं.
दिल्ली बैठक के अंदर भी लोकसभा और राज्यसभा के एजेंडे पर विस्तार से नजर. संसदीय समितियों की रिपोर्ट्स, प्रश्नकाल के सवाल,
सिक्योरिटी,
विधेयकों के मायने, चर्चा के मुद्दे, सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष की रणनीति का हर अपडेट देखिए संसद में आप.
No force can stop the change whose time has come. An emerging global power in a fast-changing geopolitical environment. With a goal to modernize, to showcase our defenders who are always battle ready. watch our special presentations featuring India's defense forces and their capabilities in The Defenders, only on Sansad TV.
भारतीय स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में बहुत से क्रांतिकारियों का योगदान है जिनका कभी जिक्र ठीक ढंग से नहीं किया गया। या तो हम गांधी जी या कांग्रेस से जुड़े नेताओं को जानते हैं या फिर अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ हथियार उठाने वाले कुछ क्रांतिकारियों को। इनके अलावा भी बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग थे जिन्होंने आजादी के लिए बड़े काम किए थे। इन्हीं में से एक नाम है मैडम भिकाजी रुस्तम कामा, जो विदेश में भारत का झंडा फहराने वाली पहली महिला के रूप में जानी जाती हैं। लेकिन देश के लिए इनका योगदान इससे कहीं ज्यादा रहा था। भिकाजी कामा का जन्म मुंबई के संपन्न पारसी परिवार में 24 सितंबर 1861 को हुआ था। कई भाषाओं में पारंगत भिकाजी का विवाह रुस्तम कामा के साथ हुआ था। शादी के बाद भिकाजी ने अपना ज्यादातर समय समाज सेवा और जन कल्याण की गतिविधियों में बिताया। 1896 में बंबई प्रेसिडेंसी में आए अकाल और उसके बाद फैले प्लेग के दौरान भिकाजी ने लोगों की बहुत सहायता की थी और खुद भी प्लेग से ग्रसित हो गई थीं। इलाज के लिए इन्हें 1902 में ब्रिटेन भेज दिया गया था। लंदन में ये श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मा और फिर दादा भाई नौरोजी के संपर्क में आई। उसके बाद मैडम कामा होम रूल सोसाइटी की सहयोगी बन गईं। लंदन में इनसे अंग्रेज सरकार ने वापसी की एक शर्त रखी कि भारत लौटकर ये राष्ट्रवादी गतिविधियों में भाग नहीं लेंगी, लेकिन मैडम कामा ने इसके लिए मना कर दिया। 1904 में ये पेरिस चली गईं, जहां इन्होंने पेरिस इंडिया सोसाइटी की स्थापना की। इसके बाद इन्होंने यूरोप में कई क्रांतिकारी लेखों को प्रचारित किया, जिसमें वंदे मातरम की भी शामिल था। बताया जाता है कि इनके लेख भिकाजी कामा को जर्मनी के स्टुटगार्ट में हुई दूसरी इंटरनेशनल सोशलिस्ट कांग्रेस में आमंत्रित किया गया। कहा जाता है कि इंटरनेशनल सोशलिस्ट कांग्रेस में हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी देशों का झंडा लगा हुआ था। भारत के लिए ब्रिटिश झंडा लगाया गया था। मैडम भिकाजी कामा को ये मंजूर नहीं था। इन्होंने एक नया झंडा बनाया और सभा में फहराया। ये पहली भारतीय महिला थीं जिन्होंने विदेशी सरजमी पर सबसे पहले भारत का झंडा फहराया था। मैडम कामा का फहराया झंडा भारत के वर्तमान झंडे से बहुत अलग था। इसमें हरे, पीले और लाल रंग की 3 पट्टियां थीं। सबसे ऊपर हरा रंग था, जिस पर 8 कमल के फूल बने हुए थे। ये 8 फूल उस वक्त भारत के 8 प्रांतों को दर्शाते थे। बीच में पीले रंग की पट्टी थी, उस पर वंदे मातरम लिखा हुआ था। इसके बाद मैडम कामा ने बहुत सी यात्राएं की, जिसमें अमेरिका और मिस्र की यात्रा प्रमुख थी। लेकिन इनकी गतिविधियों का मुख्य केंद्र पेरिस ही रहा। प्रथम विश्व युद्ध के समय ब्रिटेन और फ्रांस एक हो गए, लेकिन फिर भी फ्रांस ने ब्रिटेन को कामा का प्रत्यर्पण नहीं किया। युद्ध के दौरान इन्हें अपना घर छोड़ना पड़ा, लेकिन युद्ध के बाद ये पेरिस में अपने घर वापस लौट आईं। इस बीच ये काफी बीमार रहने लगी थीं। इस कारण इन्होंने अंग्रेज सरकार से समझौता किया और भारत लौटने की शर्तों को मान लिया। इसके बाद ये नवंबर 1935 में बंबई आई और उसके 9 महीने बाद 74 बरस की उम्र में इन्होंने पारसी जनरल हॉस्पिटल में 13 अगस्त 1936 को अपने जीवन की अंतिम सांसें ली।
आज हम पहुंचे हैं राजस्थान के दौसा जिले के छारेड़ा ग्राम पंचायत में। यहाँ की महिला सरपंच पूजा मीना ने पूरे गांव की महिलाओं को आर्थिक विकास की मुख्य धारा में शामिल किया है।
मैंने 3 काम किए हैं: शिक्षा, पानी और स्वास्थ्य। ये 3 मेरे मूल उद्देश्य हैं।
यहाँ अगर हम देखें तो लड़कियों की संख्या पहले बहुत कम थी, लेकिन अगर आज की बात करें तो यहाँ जितनी स्ट्रेंथ है उसका 70% बालिकाएं हैं।
75% एरिया में डार्क जोन है। तो हमारी योजना थी हर घर को पानी निःशुल्क उपलब्ध कराएंगे मई जून तक, जिसका काम जोर शोर से चल रहा है।
देखिए लोकतंत्र मेरी ताकत, मंगलवार शाम 7:30 बजे सिर्फ संसद टीवी पर।
मामले पे महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा उठाइए।
मैं आपकी अनुमति से
कोई सरकार इस पे विचार कर रही है।
What is important for all of us to realize is
What I wanted to ask the Honorable Minister.
What specific intervention are you doing?
पॉलिटिक्स कर देश में भेद खड़ा नहीं करना चाहिए।
सरकार इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयास कर रही है।
रिपोर्ट ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट एंड पार्लियामेंट स्टैंडिंग कमेटी।
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक पारित किया जाए।
हमारे मंत्रालय ने
6 साल में आम जनता तक पहुंचाने की व्यवस्था है।
Namaskar and welcome to Diplomatic Dispatch. I'm your host, Vikas Swaroop. This is our 25th episode, and to mark this special milestone, we will be discussing a very special relationship. Last weekend, the Prime Minister of Japan, His Excellency Fumio Kishida, was in New Delhi to hold the 14th annual summit with Prime Minister Modi. And it provides us the perfect opportunity to take an in-depth look at India's special relationship with Japan. The friendship between India and Japan has a long history, underpinned by spiritual affinity, strong cultural and civilizational ties, and shared values. India's earliest documented contact with Japan took place in the 6th century AD and the arrival of Buddhism into Japan. At the invitation of Emperor Shomu, an Indian monk, Bodhisena, performed the eye-opening ceremony of the great Buddha in Todaiji Temple in Nara in 752 AD. That set in motion a great cultural interaction between India and Japan that has lasted till today. In the post-independence period, iron ore from India helped Japan's recovery from the Second World War. And Japan started providing yen loans to India as early as 1958. Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori's visit to India in August 2000 provided the momentum to strengthen the Japan-India relationship. He and Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee established a global partnership between India and Japan. During Prime Minister Modi's visit to Japan in 2014, the relationship was upgraded to a special strategic and global partnership. Japan is one of the few countries with which India has a system of annual summits starting from 2005. Today, as the two countries celebrate the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations, India-Japan ties are at their peak. India believes that strong relations with Japan are key to stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Both countries are part of the Quad grouping, along with the United States and Australia, which seeks a region free, open, resilient, and inclusive. There are also various frameworks of security and defense dialogue between Japan and India, including the 2+2 Foreign and Defense Ministerial meeting, which was held for the first time in November 2019. Since 2015, Japan has become a permanent member in the annual Malabar naval exercise that India holds with the United States. Thanks to the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which came into effect in 2011, bilateral trade is expanding rapidly and crossed $18 billion in 2019. There are almost 1,500 Japanese companies in India, and 11 Japan industrial townships have been established. Japanese investment in India has crossed $36 billion, and is deployed in sectors such as automobiles, electrical equipment, telecommunications, chemicals, insurance, and pharma. India is the largest recipient of Japanese overseas development assistance, receiving over $26 billion between 2010 to 2020. Japan has been supporting infrastructure development in India, including the Delhi Metro, the dedicated freight and industrial corridors, smart cities missions in Varanasi, Ahmedabad, and Chennai, and the 508-kilometer-long high-speed rail project between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, which is being financed with a 50-year loan from the Japan International Cooperation Agency. So the visit of Prime Minister Kishida came against the backdrop of all-round development of India-Japan ties. It also marked a number of firsts. It was the first summit between India and Japan after a gap of 3.5 years caused by the pandemic. It was Prime Minister Kishida's first overseas bilateral visit since being sworn in as Prime Minister in October last year. And for India, this was the first incoming visit at the level of head of state or government this year. During the visit, Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Modi held wide-ranging talks covering all areas of the India-Japan partnership, from economy to security cooperation. Prime Minister Kishida announced that Japan will invest $42 billion in India over the next 5 years. The two countries signed 3 agreements on cooperation in cybersecurity, sustainable urban development, and wastewater management. To discuss the summit in greater detail, I have with me 2 distinguished experts. Ambassador Deepa Gopalan Vadhva has been a career diplomat. She was the first Indian woman to be appointed ambassador to the Gulf state of Qatar and later Japan. She has also been India's ambassador to Sweden, Latvia, and Republic of Marshall Islands. Dr. Shabni Roy Chaudhary is professor in Japanese studies in the Center for East Asian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, with a specialization in Japan-India economic relations and Japanese economy and management. Let me start with you, Ambassador Vadhva. The India-Japan partnership is described as a special strategic and global partnership. So what is so special about this partnership, and why is it so strategic?
Very good question. So when did we add the special to the strategic and global partnership? You know, it started as a global partnership, and then we added strategic and then special. The special was added really in 2014 when Prime Minister Modi visited Japan for the first time as Prime Minister. And even before he went, he had said that his first bilateral visit outside South Asia would be to Japan. That itself shows why Japan was so special. Because I think in this century, it certainly is a relationship which has made a qualitative difference in the way both of our countries look not only at our bilateral relationship, but regional and global affairs. And, you know, we have established in these last 20 years or so a huge superstructure, may I say, of dialogues with this annual summit at the apex, and which we've just had. We've had both our prime ministers meet, and then a very, very multi-layered cascade of meetings at the ministerial level and the official level. So I don't think there is really any such other relationship that we have perhaps with the US, but the fact that it developed so fast, the range of issues that are covered, the depth to which we go, the ever-widening relationship makes it very special. And why strategic? And strategic, I think, because we've realized that beyond the bilateral, that we have converging interests, both regional and in the global area, where both of us have common values. I think we look at the world, a lot of issues in the same way. For example, expansion of the UN Security Council, the many issues where we're together. And importantly, I think Japan and India do want to play a greater role in both regional and global affairs. And therefore, it makes the relationship strategic.
Professor Roy Chaudhary, how do you evaluate Prime Minister Kishida's visit? And in what ways did it break new ground?
Kishida is not a new person to this whole activity. He's been the foreign minister, and at that point of time, India-Japan has inked the India-Japan Vision 2025. His visit out here, if you look at it, as Deepa Vadhva said, that it was a global partnership followed by strategic and special. I think in each quantas, he has given us, this particular visit of his has given us new directions. As far as specialness goes, the amount of areas that has been covered in this particular summit, especially with respect to urban development, with respect to sustainable development, the Northeast, I think there's a huge amount of areas that we've covered. In the strategic component, I think both the leaders have discussed almost all the global issues that, and looking at how to secure the Indo-Pacific, both with respect to development agenda as well as with respect to strategic agenda. So if you look at it, in one way, it has been an extension of what has happened so far previously to this summit. I think there has been an extension, but there has been new frontiers that has been discussed. Sustainable development, cyber security, outer space. I think these three areas would be the new defining areas with respect to development agenda between both the parties.
Ambassador Wadhwa, Prime Minister Kishida's visit took place against the backdrop of the escalating war in Ukraine. Japan has announced comprehensive financial sanctions to isolate Russia, including export controls on semiconductors and other high-tech products. India is the only member among the Quad countries which has not imposed any sanctions on Russia and has refrained from taking sides in the conflict. Would you say that the two countries agreed to disagree on Ukraine, or do you detect some convergence even on this issue?
I think we saw a lot of articles in the press before Prime Minister Kishida's visit that he would be coming to speak about Ukraine. I think it got more hype than it really required. Because, of course, when you're talking about global issues, this would be top of the agenda. And there's been a great churn in global affairs because of what has happened. So very naturally, we would expect both countries to discuss it from their own perspectives. But, there is a maturity in our relationship now. I think we are willing to hear each other. We don't have to agree on everything, and there are nuanced differences. However, I think what has come out in the joint statement between the two countries is very interesting because it talks about both the countries expressing serious concerns. It talks about the conflict, doesn't talk about war or invasion. It talks about the humanitarian crisis and that both countries want to do something about it. It talks about our concerns about the nuclear facilities and the importance of the IAEA. And then at the end of it, of course, the joint statement says that we would like them both to end the violence and then come to the table, and dialogue, diplomacy is the way forward. Then I think this really in many ways reflects the maturity of the relationship. I'm sure we put before each other, the way we were looking at it, both countries were, and you're quite right. I mean, Japan has had a long and close relationship with Russia, which it has put on really at stakes in the context of this conflict. They have had issues because of those 4 islands. They wanted to sign a peace treaty. Prime Minister Abe and President Putin, were meeting regularly at summit meetings. And I think all that has gone back, and there was an energy relationship between them. So they put all that, they've staked all of that, because I think perhaps as a part of the Western alliance, they feel very strongly about it. And also of late, they've been concerned about the growing closeness between Russia and China. And, they've had joint exercises now, in the immediate region of Japan, in the straits between the islands. So there are concerns. And therefore, they've come up with the whole panoply of sanctions against individuals, against entities, called their companies out, much more than we saw maybe in the case of Crimea, where there were also some sanctions. But I think as far as the two of us are concerned, and you also talked about the Quad, I think in the Quad, we know the position of the other 3 countries. Maybe you do require a country like India in the Quad that is acceptable to both sides of the conflict. And maybe there's a special role for us there.
Interesting. Now turning to the economic side, Professor Roy Chaudhary, economic relations between India and Japan have vast potential for growth given the complementarities that exist between the two Asian economies. What are the new areas of economic engagement between India and Japan?
When India and Japan moved into the global partnership, I think all of us actually focused on the economic aspect rather than none of us actually had little feeling that it will go into security cooperation. In the economic agenda, if you looked at it, the strength was basically we had huge human resource, they had capital, we had a large amount of low-skilled labor, and therefore advantage to us if Japan were to come in with their investments. We started off well, manufacturing sector, automobile sector took off, but somehow, the equation between both the nations at the ground level of private investments have been not as good as what we would have expected when we began, especially after inking the CEPA. The new directions in which this particular relationship with economic cooperation is going is what is interesting is we are now heading for areas where India probably has an edge over Japan, especially in technological digitalization as well as with cyber security, hacking issues, etc. That is, we have a huge soft power, and it is in these areas that I think India and Japan are going to be engaging, and we already have few working groups that are working, including into one area that is new and not much talked about is the blue economy, in which India and Japan are planning to work closely because it has an opportunity to go into the third nation within the Indo-Pacific littoral states, and which is what I think one of the agenda of the Quad, that they would like to engage more in the developmental projects in the Indo-Pacific region with smaller countries such that they can engage them better and keep the space Japan are going to be engaging themselves in.
Now, flowing from there, you mentioned the Northeast. A decision was taken at the 2017 summit to establish the India-Japan Act East Forum to coordinate developmental projects in India's Northeast. Why did we choose Japan as the development partner for the Northeast, and how has this forum progressed over the last 5 years?
Northeast major reason is basically the connectivity that it provides to the politically significant ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific, and that is why it was mapped in as an area where we need to engage ourselves. Of course, rising China has its own reasoning also behind it. Japan, because I think we are most comfortable with this country as we engage themselves and deepened our relationship. What we require is infrastructure. The region itself has pretty similar geographical geographical similarities with that of Japan. It has hills, it has this terrain which is much more easily understandable by, and Japan, since it is into the sustainable development goals which it follows from the United Nations and has few states which have taken over this. So there is I think a larger role that Japan feels it can play, and we are much more happier engaging with them. Right now, the current summit level joint statement has come up with industrial competitiveness agreement, as well as focus on Northeast connectivity, infrastructure, healthcare, and also with respect to horticulture and forestation. So I think these are areas which are apolitical and would have a larger significance to this region, which is trying to integrate itself and become a region of economic growth.
And are we already seeing some impact on the ground?
Yes, there has been, especially with respect to infrastructure. There has been 2 road connectivity which has progressed well. There's a long bridge that is going to be between Dubri area and Assam, and that is also on the way. It is engaging itself. And of course, there is a lot of thing with commerce and culture that has been talked about. Bangladesh and our neighboring region from there is also developing through JICA's ODA programs, and it is expected that these 2 areas will link up well to become a progressively economically engaged area of operations.
Ambassador Wadhwa, it is said that China's growing assertiveness in the Indian Ocean as well as the South and East China Sea is bringing India and Japan closer. Would you agree?
You know, when I talked of the reset in relations in 2000, I think one of the reasons certainly was, certainly for Japan, was the growing assertiveness, both militarily and economically, of China. And, therefore, they were looking at a partner in Asia with whom they shared values of democracy and so on. But beyond that, if you look at these 2 oceans, I mean, which are really, it's an organic continuum, if you look at it, which we now call the Indo-Pacific. The fact is that both of our countries, Japan as a set of islands and we peninsula, are dependent very much on the waterways for our trade. So for India, it's about 97% of our trade, and for Japan, perhaps all of it. And not only that, because if you look at this expanse of water that we're talking about, from the Indian Ocean, so you start from the Mozambique Channel, and of course the Persian Gulf, all the way up to Japan and beyond, of course, Western Australia, you're looking at an area which is also dominated by the energy security of the countries because of the energy supplies that flow through it. And both India and Japan, as energy deficient countries, are very dependent on these energy supplies. Therefore, this whole region, the security of the region, the security of the SLOCs, the sea lanes of communication, the importance of just navigation, freedom of navigation is also important in this region. And therefore, certainly, this is what has brought us together. But beyond that also, there are other reasons. If you look at ASEAN centrality, both Japan and India, we have a stake in the ASEAN, which is kind of forms a littoral of the South China Sea. You might think that India is away from the South China Sea, but we have very close relations with the ASEAN countries. And, we have exercises in that region. If you recall, we had an agreement with Vietnam to do some exploration for oil in that region, and we are now increasingly describing it as the global commons. And therefore, for us, the South China Sea is as important as as the Indian Ocean is for Japan. And we are certainly seeing, we all know this, that it's not only the worry of the balance of power shifting, but I see the balance of military power. And we are seeing the Chinese Navy actually, which has grown hugely in the last decade and a half. Its presence, a very heavy presence in the Indian Ocean. And therefore, I think these are concerns that we share, and that certainly is one of the many factors that bring us together.
And what are Japan's main concerns vis-a-vis China as far as the territorial dispute is concerned?
This is, of course, the East China Sea and the islands in the, the disputed islands in the East China Sea. So this is another common factor that we have, that both India and Japan have territorial disputes still with China. And, China's threatening actions that we have experienced on our northern borders is just what Japan has been experiencing also in the East China Sea, with increased intrusions into their maritime space, and a very sort of threatening position taken by China. So besides that, there were many other issues also. If you look in the bilateral context, they do have a good economic relationship. But if you look at another threat that Japan faces, which is really North Korea. So the missile the program of North Korea, which directly threatens Japan. It's completely well within their range. And they do know that China has a lot of influence on what North Korea can do, and maybe some of the technology flows and so on. And therefore, these are the threats besides everything else, that Japan feels from China.
I think highlighting the North Korea angle was also very, very important. Professor Roy Chaudhary, Japan will be hosting the next Quad months. What are Japan's expectations and priorities vis-a-vis the Quad?
Interestingly, Quad has always been through a lot of incredibility, like whether it came to the first Quad, then it came to the second Quad, and occurs happened, everyone questioned whether Quad will continue. Currently, again, it was questioned because India abstained from following the other three alliance group. But I think currently, in Japan's priority would be again to bring back Quad as a center stage with respect to India, Indo-Pacific region. It will try to create the entire process of Kishida's visit out here was also probably to move in those directions. As far as priority, I think again it will go back to the economics of it, resilient supply chain, which is a part of the Quad. It's also part of a bilateral concern. I think that would be another area that these 4 countries will try to figure out to create an alternative, which is a very important aspect within the domestically what Japan looks at. Japan's current Prime Minister has established a new ministry called the Economic Security Ministry, which in its 4 pillars that it has created has issues like supply chain, issues of partnership between private-public technical cooperation. So if you presume that technology is going to drive the next decade, and if you presume that technology is also going to be significantly attached to the national power of countries, I think the Quad nations would try to emerge as a consortium of technological power. And if that is the idea, I think that is another priority area that Japan would influence in this current Quad summit that we were going to engage ourselves in.
Vaccine development is another area where I think India and Japan are working together as part of the Quad.
Yeah, in part of the Quad, with respect to vaccine diplomacy, it has been said that the logistics of movement of vaccine from India would be handled by Australia. Japan would be essentially helping with the technological aspect as well as some capital. So also will USA. So this is basically, in a way, an alternative to other kind of programs that is on in the world with respect to vaccine, reaching vaccine to larger people, larger countries and smaller countries. But what is the latest development is interesting, that they say there are enough vaccine now, but the countries are not demanding anymore because they have not been able to fulfill their requirement of vaccinating people in their countries. So I think the next bet is probably engaging by helping human resources to travel to these countries and helping with them to vaccinate their population. So,
Ambassador Wadhwa, you also want to come in on Japan and the Quad?
Oh, well, yes, we've been working together, and I think the Quad, to begin with, I think the concept which came from Prime Minister Abe, which located and put 4 major democracies together. But from what was initiated at an official level and was kind of a talk shop, it's now really come into action and into tangibles. And I think there are about 7 or 8 areas which they have identified where we will work together under the Quad. I mean, there was the COVID vaccine